Chapter 4681. In any case, he couldn't just lie down like this. Lin Yi didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. Looking at Hua Yudi's limp appearance, to be honest, Lin Yi was also quite puzzled. He could understand the first few snorts, but why did it become like this in the end? Only God knew. He couldn't understand it himself. A voice popped up in Lin Yi's mind just as he was cursing Lin Yi. You've probably made her high. Puff. Cough. 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 When he was immersed in thinking, this suddenly happened. Lin Yi was almost scared crazy. He choked a few times before he could barely hold it in. He complained speechlessly, "Senior Ghost, you scared me to death." "How am I scared you? Didn't you say that only God knows? That's why I helped you analyze it." The ghost laughed strangely. There was even a hint of schadenfreude in its tone. Okay, but Senior, can you pay attention next time? Don't make me crazy. It's not good for you. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. He paused and added, "Senior, your English is quite good. If I didn't know you were the former Azure Dragon, I would definitely fight with anyone who dared to say that you were a native of the Heavenly Stage Island. I can even learn the ancient language of you humans without a teacher, let alone this kind of bird language. Do you believe it?" The ghost said in a disapproving tone. Lin Yi was speechless again. The existence of this ghost was really unreasonable. In addition to the most instinctive fighting and killing, it even had such a terrible talent for this kind of thing. How could the students in the secular world endure this? Just as Lin Yi was communicating with the ghost, Hua Yudi seemed to understand Lin Yi's words just now. She reacted a little slowly. She blushed and whispered like a mosquito, "Really? You're not lying to me." The reason why she was so shy was that she had been wondering whether she would be a fucking woman. No matter how innocent Hua Yudi was, she was still a nascent soul great circle expert. Moreover, she wasn't young at all. Although no one would mention this to her, she could still read books. Within the scripture depository of the Morning Pride Academy, there were all sorts of books, some of which were related to this aspect. There were also some very specialized books, specifically researching on how to dual cultivate with a man. After all, it was a female academy. There were bound to be some disciples who chose this path. It was also under such an atmosphere that Hua Yudi had once flipped through such books out of curiosity. Thus, she knew that some women would have such a reaction at that time. However, not all women would be like this. Only a small portion of them would be like this. She had always thought that she was very pure, so how could she be like this? If that was all, it would have been fine, but the problem was that she actually sprayed Lin Yi all over Lin Yi when he was treating her. How could he still have the face to go out and meet people, especially in front of Lin Yi? "No, what's in it for me to lie to you? Can you give me 10% more?" Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh in his heart. However, on the surface, he acted serious. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that this girl wouldn't be embarrassed to death. Right now, the most important thing was to hurry up and find the Thunder Shen Vine. He didn't have so much time to waste. After hearing Lin Yi's answer, Hua Yudi immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was still a little shy, she wasn't as ashamed as she was before. Since this was a normal detoxification process, it meant that it wasn't her problem. It meant that she wasn't the kind of woman described in the books. That was enough. Lin Yi's expression at this moment had a bit of a smile that wasn't a smile. In fact, it was only because he was communicating with the ghost through his divine sense. However, in Hua Yudi's eyes, it naturally had a different meaning. This girl was so shy that she couldn't even lift her head. After finally finding a way out, she immediately blushed. "PH, it's all because of you. I'll deduct 10% from you. Let's make it 30-70. Hua Yudi mustered up her courage to look at Lin Yi and said angrily. This time, Lin Yi was completely speechless. What was wrong with this woman? He risked being buried with her to save her life, but in the end, she ate this little benefit back. Wasn't she turning hostile a little too fast? It seemed that the old saying was right. Only women and vile people were difficult to raise. What? Do you have an opinion? Hua Yudi saw Lin Yi's strange expression and her pretty face blushed. She snorted and said, Let me tell you, if I tell others about today's matter, for the sake of my reputation, my master will definitely kill you. Huh? Lin Yi suddenly widened his eyes. He was just wondering why this girl suddenly became a little unruly. In the end, when he suddenly heard this sentence, he almost choked to death. This kind of thing could actually be used to threaten him. What kind of strange thinking was this? If she went out now, didn't she know that the one who would be the most humiliated would be herself? Or was it really as she said, that she had always been cultivating, and her mental age was far younger than ordinary people, so she didn't understand the basic ways of the world? Seeing that Lin Yi was stunned by her words, Hua Yudi's mouth curled up proudly. She finally got rid of the embarrassment from before. Her eyes curved into two delightful arcs, and she said with a proud smile, "Now you have nothing to say, right?" Then it's decided happily. Hua Yudi was instantly in a good mood. These were the words that Lin Yi had used to mock her. Now, she could finally use them on Lin Yi. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, this kind of feeling was great. Hehe, there's no use in going out. Who knows, it might even have the opposite effect. Lin Yi faintly smiled disapprovingly. What do you mean? Hua Yudi looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. You said it yourself. Your master and the deputy island master of Shanghai Tianhua are good friends. Since I'm his personal disciple, who knows, after your master hears about this, he might simply push the boat with the current and directly marry you to me as a cultivation companion. At that time, there's no medicine for regret. Lin Yi slightly raised his eyebrows and smiled. In your dreams. Hua Yudi's pretty face blushed slightly as she lightly spat. Her cheeks were once again filled with fiery clouds. The sensitive word cultivation companion caused her body to subconsciously go limp, and she instinctively recalled the embarrassing scene just now. Chapter 4682. You really know how to take advantage of the situation. If I give you a ladder, you can go to the sky, right? My master and Deputy Island Master Shangguan are good friends, that's true, but your Deputy Island Master Shangguan's personal disciple. Hua Yudi had a look of disbelief on her face, but when she said this, she suddenly froze. Not to mention anything else, Lin Yi's previous intimate performance with Shanghai Lena was real, and although his realm was only at the peak of the early stage of nascent soul, it could be seen from the previous fight with the humanoid vine that his real strength was by no means so simple. At least, he was an existence that could fight against enemies of a higher level. In addition, he just treated her with a magical method. Each and every one of these things was not something that an ordinary disciple of the North Island could have. As the saying goes, a great teacher produces a great disciple. A person like Lin Yi, no matter how one looked at it, could not be taught by an ordinary cultivator. The person who could be his master must be an unfathomable big shot, and the person in the North Island who met this condition seemed to be Shanghai Tianhua. You can't really be? Hua Yudi couldn't help but change her expression, unable to hide her surprise, and asked. Almost. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. He did not intend to hide this kind of thing, nor did he intend to deceive Hua Yudi. Although there was no official master-disciple relationship, in fact, everyone in the 3 pavilions of the North Island, from top to bottom, had long regarded him as the personal disciple of Shanghai Tianhua. Even Shanghai Tianhua himself had a similar attitude, otherwise he would not pay so much attention to Lin Yi, and would not take the initiative to try to help Lin Yi. If Lin Yi announced to the public that he was his personal disciple, his attitude must be tacit, and maybe even fake it for real. Is this a prophecy of mine? Hua Yudi suddenly didn't know what to say. She had said this before to deal with Ren Zhongyuan and the others, but she did not expect it to be true. It was so strange. This word is not used to describe a good thing, right? Don't bully me because I'm uneducated. In any case, I went to university properly. Lin Yi corrected him with a straight face. These words were a little shameless. It was true that he was cultured, but that was all learned before he debuted. As for going to school, it was simply a pretense. It was pure nonsense. University? Oh, okay. Hua Yudi stared blankly for a moment, her eyes sizing up Lin Yi again, as if she wanted to see through all of his secrets. After a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, That's right. Since you and Shangguan Lena are so close, Then she must be a good match that Deputy Island Master Shangwon has designated for you. Say, if she finds out that you've done something with other girls outside, will Shangwon Lena kill you out of anger? When she said this, Hua Yudi's tone was full of schadenfreude, as if she really felt that she had grasped hold of Lin Yi's weakness. After all, letting a direct disciple marry a descendant of a relative would make the relationship between the two parties closer and more reliable. This kind of thing could be seen everywhere on the Heaven Stage Island. Shangwon Lena was the pearl of Shangwon Tianhua. If she wanted to get married, the other party would either be a nephew of some super big shot, or a direct disciple of Shangwon Tianhua. There was no third choice. And this Lin Yi, although he was quite irritating at times, it was undeniable that this person was extremely outstanding in all aspects. However, it was undeniable that this person was extremely outstanding in all aspects. He was indeed a rare, 1 in a million match. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Shangwon Tianhua would definitely not let him marry another woman. No way, why would you want to kill me? Lin Yi didn't know what was going on. Why not? Absolutely, this is the most basic common sense. Which woman is willing to let her husband be with another woman, not to mention Shangwon Lena, the little princess of the North Island? Hua Yudi said with a face of certainty. Hihi, then do you know why I specifically came to participate in this low-level broken trial? Lin Yi smiled at Hua Yudi's determined gaze. Low-level? Broken trial? Hua Yudi was a little stunned. The West Island trial was ranked among the top 5 Heaven Stage islands, and the strength of this trial was generally at the nascent soul stage. Before, the dummy vine had already made them, the masters of the nascent soul stage, extremely embarrassed, and this was still a low-level broken trial? Of course, I can kill all the people here at will. Do I have nothing better to do? Why would I come to such a place to waste time? Although Lin Yi's tone was a little joking, there was no exaggeration in his words at all. This West Island trial was really not difficult for him. With Lin Yi's strength, the most suitable and valuable trial for him should at least be a dangerous place open to the masters of the profound ascending stage. There was no pressure at all now. It was simply whimsical to want to have a big harvest. If he could successfully get the Thunder Shen vine this time, he would be satisfied. As for breaking through in strength, he didn't even think about it. Ah! Hua Yudi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Yi when she heard this. This tone was really big, and it sounded like a joke, but through all the previous things, she faintly felt that there was a little possibility. This guy was really unfathomable. She couldn't help but ask, then what are you doing here? Because of Shangwon Lena, she said she didn't want her best friend to marry others, so I can only reluctantly do it. Lin Yi shrugged with a smile. Best friend? Who is her best friend? Hua Yudi didn't respond for a while, and then suddenly remembered. She patted her head and said, Ning Xuefe? Foremost male cultivators, the main purpose of this West Island trial was not the treasures of heaven and earth, but to compete for the princess of West Island. However, she was a girl, so she didn't take this matter to heart from beginning to end. Until now, she suddenly remembered there was such a thing. Yes, who else could it be? Lin Yi smiled. Damn. Hua Yudi's eyes became more and more strange. She looked up and down at Lin Yi again, which almost made Lin Yi mad. Then she said faintly, isn't it said that only those very powerful people can have 3 wives and 4 concubines? What's more, Ning Xuefei is the princess of West Island. Even if a man marries her, she must be the master. Can he marry other women? Won't the people of West Island go crazy? Am I not powerful? Lin Yi replied half-jokingly. As for the second question, he directly ignored it. Although this was indeed a very tricky problem, as long as he was strong enough, everything could be solved. Chapter 4683. Not the so-called people of West Island. Since Shanghai Tianhua could see Lin Yi's potential, so could Ning Shangling. As long as she knew that Lin Yi could become the reliance of the whole West Island one day, then nothing would be a problem. Humph, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I won't deduct your share, okay? Hurry up. Hua Yudi said as she slowly got up from the ground. After being paralyzed for such a long time, Hua Yudi's body was somewhat not used to it. She staggered before standing firm, but fortunately, Lin Yi was standing next to her. He reached out and held her in his arms. Hua Yudi let out a low cry and subconsciously held Lin Yi's arm, then fell into his arms. With the soft and fragrant body in his arms, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows subconsciously, and the corners of his mouth curved into a playful smile. Apart from other things, this girl's body was quite elastic. Ah! Hua Yudi suddenly screamed and hurriedly escaped from Lin Yi's arms. She blushed and didn't dare to look at him. She lowered her head and walked forward desperately. Hey, be careful. Don't be bitten by some weird things like eight-legged toothclasp worm again. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly chased after her. It was midnight now, and he could only distinguish the scene by the faint starlight above his head. Besides, he was in such a dangerous place. He was fine, but it was still very dangerous for Hua Yudi. Hua Yudi hurriedly slowed down, but she still didn't dare to look back at Lin Yi. She was so shy, not purely because she was hugged by Lin Yi, but because the smell of the man just now made her body a little soft instinctively. Subconsciously, the previous scene appeared in her mind. Although Lin Yi said it was a normal process of detoxification. But she was always a little worried that she would do it again. If so, she would really be ashamed to see others. What the hell is this girl doing? Behind him, Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to quickly chase after them. At the same time, he deliberately spread out his divine sense in case something like this happened again. If this happened a few more times, time would be wasted. Hua Yudi lowered her head and didn't say a word. After that, Lin Yi didn't know what to say, so he simply kept his mouth shut. As a result, the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous in the silence. Lin Yi was still all right. At most, he could only admire this girl's graceful back view from behind. However, Hua Yudi had obviously become somewhat reserved and unnatural. For some unknown reason. In her mind, the scene of Lin Yi lying on top of her unconsciously surfaced, especially the most embarrassing scene. Hua Yudi felt as if her whole body was on fire when she thought about it. She even felt as if her ears were about to be burnt off. It was too embarrassing. Although this matter was only between her and Lin Yi from beginning to end, and no one else would know, and there was an absolutely legitimate reason for detoxification, but even so, this also made Hua Yudi, who was an iceberg snow lotus in everyone's eyes, very embarrassed. It was precisely because of this that Hua Yudi no longer felt confident even when facing Lin Yi. Her speech was also not as free and unrestrained as before. Instead, it was replaced by a bashful and shy attitude. Even she herself was very unfamiliar with this kind of attitude of a little girl. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable in the past. She was a snow lotus on a mountain of ice. Any man, no matter how outstanding, would fall for her. Any man in front of her, no matter how outstanding, would be involuntarily attracted to her, and she would only disdain them. How could it be like now, where her mind was filled with the shadow of a man? The two of them walked in this strange silence. Lin Yi didn't say anything about this. Putting himself in her shoes, it was normal for a girl like Hua Yudi to be so shy when encountering this kind of thing. Only shameless women like Murong Zhen or Sai Tuqian would treat this kind of thing as a common occurrence. It was just that the silence along the way was really depressing to the point of making people uncomfortable. In reality, it wasn't only Lin Yi who felt this way. Hua Yudi's desire to break this strange silence was even greater than his. Otherwise, she would really be immersed in her shyness and embarrass herself to death. Unfortunately, she really couldn't think of any topic at the moment. At this moment, there was even an inexplicable hope in the depths of her heart that Lin Yi would be able to stir up some small topics that the two of them could argue about. This was because not only would that solve this awkward and depressing atmosphere, but she also felt that it was actually quite interesting to have a little argument with this fellow Lin Yi. However, this was just Hua Yudi's thoughts. After all, she and Lin Yi had only met for the first time. It couldn't be said that they truly understood each other. Especially in this kind of awkward atmosphere, whether it was her or Lin Yi, it was very difficult to find a suitable topic to divert their attention. Ambiguity would ferment, especially in this kind of awkward atmosphere. The feeling of ambiguity would constantly attack the depths of the mind. This was a normal person's natural yearning for beautiful things. Unless one's heart was dead, the mind would naturally think in this direction. Just like the current Huayudi, she simply felt that she couldn't extricate herself. Every once in a while, Huayudi would think of ways to sneak a glance at Lin Yi. Then, she would immediately turn her head back like a thief. It was a pity that her actions, which she thought was not a trace, were clearly seen by Lin Yi. He couldn't help but laugh. This girl was actually quite interesting. Along the way, the two of them walked like this for the whole night. It was different from the expected danger. This night's journey was not as dangerous as Lin Yi had imagined. After all, according to reason, many monsters were nocturnal, and the night was the most dangerous time. However, in reality, it was the opposite. This night, they did not encounter any accidents. Lin Yi couldn't help but guess, could it be because this was a desert? The night was silent until it was almost dawn. Lin Yi, who was walking at the back, suddenly moved. Accompanied by a light dragon roar, a 5 elements murderous chi suddenly swept over the head of Huayudi in front of him. Ah! Huayudi suddenly exclaimed. She thought that Lin Yi was going to do something to her. She quickly turned her head to look at Lin Yi. For some reason, she didn't know why, but she said with a red face, "What are you doing?" "What do you mean I'm doing?" Lin Yi looked at her strangely and pointed in front of her. "Look for yourself. You are an expert at the peak of nascent soul stage. Can you walk a little more seriously?" Chapter 4684. Huayudi suddenly felt a wave of fear when she thought about how this thing had unknowingly flown above her head without her even realizing it. She had seen the corpse of the 8-legged tooth-crackworm before, and the deterrence that this thing gave off was even greater than the 8-legged tooth-crackworm. However, at this moment, this thing had already been pierced through the middle of its body, and it was clearly dead. It was clearly the masterpiece of Lin Yi's 5-element killing intent just now. "Thank you." Huayudi blushed again. This time, it wasn't because of the awkwardness from before, but because of her own carelessness. A true expert must always be on guard, and because of the distracting thoughts lingering in her mind, she had obviously thrown this rule of survival to the back of her mind. "You're welcome." Lin Yi smiled slightly. Ever since the 8-legged tooth-crackworm incident, he had been using his divine sense to sense everything around him, so as not to repeat the same mistake. Moreover, Lin Yi had also accepted Huayudi as a teammate in his heart, and was not constantly on guard like before. The warning from the jade pendant naturally included her as a teammate. The two continued forward. After experiencing this shock, Huayudi's state was finally a little more normal, and she became more cautious as she moved forward. Not long after, she suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, thinking that they had encountered some danger. However, there was nothing strange in his divine sense, and the jade pendant didn't have any intention of warning them. "Something's wrong, I smell a familiar smell, and it's not far ahead." Huayudi frowned. "A familiar smell?" Lin Yi looked at her strangely. He then walked past her and said without looking back, "It's this way, you can just follow behind me. I'm not lying to you, I'm very sensitive to smell. There's definitely danger ahead." Huayudi hurriedly shouted. "I didn't say that I don't believe you, but even if there's danger, we still have to move forward, right? We can't just give up halfway because of a little danger, right?" Lin Yi waved his hand. As he spoke, he had already walked far away. Huayudi clenched her teeth and hurriedly chased after him. Lin Yi was right. Even if they knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, they still had to go there. It was impossible to obtain a heavenly treasure like the Thunder Shen Vine without taking any risks. After walking for less than 300 feet, Lin Yi suddenly felt a hint of alarm in his heart. At the same time, the jade pendant's warning sounded. He immediately shouted, "Retreat." Just as Lin Yi and Huayudi retreated, dozens of thick vines burst out of the ground. It was the dummy vine again. "You have a good nose." Lin Yi calmly glanced at Huayudi. Because the dummy vine was hidden deep underground, even his divine sense could not detect it before it launched its attack. He did not expect that this little girl would be able to smell its scent from so far away. She had obviously only come into contact with it once. It was simply unimaginable. "I've always been talented in this area." And I've also gone through special training in order to be useful in some special occasions. Hu Yudi replied. Well, in those places where divine sense can't be used, your nose can really come in handy. Lin Yi smiled slightly. What do we do now? Hu Yudi looked at the dummy vine in front of her and suddenly felt as if she was facing a great enemy. Although she had retreated in time under Lin Yi's reminder, the problem was that there was only one way. If they didn't get rid of this dummy vine, the Thunder Shen vine was simply an extravagant hope. Previously, she had joined forces with Ren Zhongyuan and the others to attack. The four of them at the nascent soul stage barely managed to kill the dummy vine, and all of them were injured. And now, the giant vines of the dummy vine in front of them looked even thicker and more terrifying than the previous one. However, only she and Lin Yi were left. The situation was not optimistic no matter how one looked at it. There's nothing to do, just get rid of it. Lin Yi said as he dashed forward. The humanoid vine's hundreds of vines started to dance in a frenzy, as if they were sharks that had smelled blood. They lashed out at Lin Yi with all their might. This frightening stance gave Hu Yudi a huge fright. If it were her, she might have been turned into minced meat with just one hit. However, Lin Yi did not dodge it. His body suddenly surged with a monstrous heat, and his whole person suddenly seemed like a fire god descending to the world, shrouded in raging flames, making people unable to look directly at him. Even if it was a plant that had become a spirit, it was still a plant after all. The dummy vine was most afraid of fire. After discovering that it was not good, it wanted to escape in a flash. The giant vines that were dancing wildly retreated faster and faster, and the offensive and defensive momentum was inadvertently completely reversed. However, the dummy vine was still too late to escape. Lin Yi's frenzied fire fist suddenly shot out, hitting its most vital root. Accompanied by a burst of strange screams, the entire dummy vine was completely enveloped in flames. In just a short period of time, this behemoth that even a nascent soul stage master was helpless against was completely burned, leaving only ashes on the ground. Hu Yudi looked at this scene dumbfounded, and her whole person was completely dumbfounded. She thought that with her and Lin Yi's strength, if they wanted to pass through here, they would have to fight a bloody battle. Maybe they would pay the price of serious injuries, but she did not expect that in such a short period of time, the dummy vine was so easily dealt with by Lin Yi. What are you still doing? Let's go. Lin Yi looked at her and said. Oh. Only then did Hu Yudi come back to her senses, and hurriedly followed the footsteps of Lin Yi. This time, it was her turn to look at Lin Yi's back, and she suddenly couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Previously, it was still a little vague, but this time, she really saw it. Such a powerful and terrifying dummy vine was easily killed in a second. Although Lin Yi was at the peak of the early nascent soul stage, his real strength was far more powerful than an ordinary nascent soul stage master. In the Eastern Continent Academy, where geniuses came forth in large numbers, it was not strange to challenge someone of a higher level, but to surpass such an abnormal existence like Lin Yi, even in the entire Eastern Continent Academy, it was simply a monster. What made Hu Yudi's imagination run wild was not simply because of Lin Yi's strong performance, but this feeling of hiding behind a man and being protected by him in battle made her feel a little strange. This was something that had never happened before. Not to mention that with her strength, she rarely encountered real danger, and even if she did encounter it, although there was someone like Ren Zhongyuan who repeatedly said that he would protect her, when it really came to a critical moment, he often couldn't even take care of himself. So how could he talk about protecting her? Only the current Lin Yi was truly protecting her. Chapter 4685. However, at least before she was poisoned and injured, Lin Yi didn't do anything in this regard at all. When he followed Ren Zhongyuan and the others, he was just a bystander. After they parted ways, Hu Yudi was also the one leading the way. All these changes started after she was injured. Hu Yudi couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. If it wasn't for her injury, this guy would have been hiding behind and lazily picking up ready-made things. When there was nothing to do, he would just be a bystander. When there was a problem, he would stand up without hesitation. This guy was actually quite manly, but on second thought, Lin Yi might be afraid that he wouldn't be able to get the Thunder Shen vine if something happened to her, so he was so proactive and diligent. Hua Yudi suddenly shook her head with some worries. Apart from pure interest considerations, she didn't think that Lin Yi would like her. After all, from the beginning when they met, everything had been explained. Even if she wore a veil, other men's eyes would unconsciously light up when they saw her, but Lin Yi didn't. From the beginning to the end, he behaved very normally. Not only that, but when he asked for a share, he even extorted her. Especially when he used the opportunity to cure her poison, he didn't have the slightest intention of coveting her beauty. Instead, he asked for a share. Hua Yudi unconsciously let her imagination run wild. If it was another normal man who had such an ambiguous relationship with her, even if the Thunder Shen Vine wasn't given to her, he would at least reverse the situation and let her take 80%. How could he be as stingy as Lin Yi? He didn't chase such a beautiful woman and only knew how to hold on to the Thunder Shen Vine. If Lin Yi really was that kind of person, then she wouldn't be able to help him. From the beginning, he wouldn't have extorted her. Reverse the situation, my ass. For Hua Yudi's careful thoughts, Lin Yi didn't notice at all. The reason why he took the initiative to solve the problem was that he didn't want Hua Yudi to have an accident again, but this wasn't the main reason. The main problem was that time was limited. He really didn't want to waste too much time on the road. Hua Yudi was a nascent soul stage master. In theory, she could stay here for a full month, which was still plenty of time. But Lin Yi was different, although he was strong enough to kill a profound ascending stage master, but in terms of strength alone, he was only at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Who knew how the teleportation formation was set up? If this thing was purely based on one's cultivation level, it would be very disadvantageous for Lin Yi. What if there was a delay on the road? If he was trapped here and couldn't get out, he would really be screwed to death. Since the limit of a Yuanying stage master was only 1 month, then the limit of a peak early Yuanying stage master was only half a month at most, or even 10 days was very likely. This time was extremely tight. If something happened on the way, it would be over. This time it was related to Ning Xuefei's lifelong event. Lin Yi did not want to end up in a tragedy. Therefore, he had no other choice. Along the way, he must cut the Gordian knot. If he could get rid of a roadblock like the humanoid vine in one move, then there would be no need for a second move. In this way, Hua Yudi, a nascent soul stage master, became his assistant. To be precise, she was purely a bystander. She didn't even have a chance to make a move. Generally, by the time she found a threat, Lin Yi would have already dealt with it in one move. Being sheltered under the arm of a mere peak early Yuanying stage master, if it was any other nascent soul stage master, they would feel awkward. At least they would lose face, but Hua Yudi didn't have such a thought. On the contrary, she felt that this feeling was very wonderful. It made her feel at ease from the bottom of her heart. Lin Yi swept through everything in front of him, and Hua Yudi followed behind him, letting her imagination run wild. She'd stop occasionally to confirm the direction and route they were taking. The two walked like this for half a day, and the sky was starting to darken again. Lin Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks, and stopped in his tracks. Bang! Hua Yudi didn't know what she was thinking at this time. She bumped into Lin Yi's body, causing Lin Yi to stagger. Only then did she react and suddenly blushed. Seeing Lin Yi turn his head, she rolled her eyes and quickly complained, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Lin Yi was speechless for a while. He looked at this chick and helplessly pointed to the front, but he didn't say much. Not to mention, with this chick's figure and elasticity, it was actually quite comfortable to be bumped from behind. "What? Is there danger again?" Hua Yudi muttered. Anyway, as long as she looked at Lin Yi's back along the way, she couldn't help but be distracted. She was already used to this kind of thing. In front of Lin Yi, her demeanor as a nascent soul stage master had long been thrown away. She didn't have any self-awareness at all. "It's not dangerous, but you have to wait for me here for a while. I have a friend who seems to be in some trouble." Lin Yi frowned slightly. "Your friend?" Hua Yudi was stunned when she heard this. She quickly spread out her divine sense to sense around. Only then did she find that there seemed to be a conflict between a few people in the distance. Among them were Lin Yi's friends. It wasn't too far away from where the two of them were, probably less than 2,000 feet away. At this moment, in a corner of a canyon, 3 men were surrounding a man and a woman, all of them had lewd and sinister smiles on their faces. Haha, I'll say it again. Leave the treasures and this chick, then I can spare your life. If you don't know what's good for you, hey. One of the men standing on the side of the 3 laughed incomparably lewdly. At the same time, the other 2 also laughed proudly. The 3 of them surrounded the man and woman from the left, center, and right. Behind them was the canyon cliff. Unless the man and woman could grow wings and fly, it would be a fool's dream to escape. Don't even think about it. This was the resolute voice of a man. He spread out his arms and tightly protected the woman behind him. Facing the 3 men, he said fearlessly, "Even if I, Qi Wenhan, die, I will not let you touch a single hair on my body." From afar, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh when he heard this voice. This was really Qi Wenhan's personality. As the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, he didn't have the air of a spoiled brat. Instead, he was as resolute and courageous as a Jianghu hero. He had the temperament of a chivalrous hero. Since it was Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo who were in trouble, Lin Yi originally wanted to rush over to help them. However, after hearing the words of these people, his footsteps immediately slowed down. Chapter 4686. If he wanted to warm up the relationship between the 2 of them, simply being alone was not enough. Perhaps they would not be able to break through this layer of window paper until the end of the trial. The best way was to give them an opportunity, and right now, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. The trick of a hero saving the beauty had been used too many times in the secular world. In order to win the beauty's heart, those playboys had to create their own opportunities even if they didn't have the opportunity. They asked people to pretend to be hooligans to set off their glorious image. This trick was so common that it was not new at all. If he didn't know Qi Wenhan's character, Lin Yi even couldn't help but wonder if these 3 guys were actors he deliberately hired with spiritual jades. After all, the timing of their appearance was simply perfect. Boy, are you stupid? If you weren't the young master of South Continent's Equal Heaven Escort Agency, Master Yin would have killed you long ago. How dare you be so stubborn in front of us? With such a poor strength, how can you be a hero? The other man with the ugly head and rat eyes sneered. That's right. You dare to be a hero in front of us. How many brains do you have? Or do you have no brains at all? Don't you look at the comparison of strength? You are just at the peak of the early stage of nascent soul realm and 1 at the early stage of nascent soul realm, and you want to fight against our Master Yin. I'm surprised. Who gave you the courage and courage? The previous man kept talking and ridiculed them. I say, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Our Master Yin is the core disciple of Snowsword sect in the Middle Island, a real master at the peak of nascent soul realm. Do you understand what this means? This means that now in this West Island trial, our young Master Yin is the strongest one. Now I don't have to waste my breath on what to do, right? The man with the ugly head and rat-like eyes had a complacent expression on his face. Snowsword sect. Lin Yi, who was walking over slowly, was stunned when he heard this word. He secretly thought that things in this world were really coincidental. Fortunately, this guy was not Wei Shenjin. Otherwise, today's thing would be really interesting. Well, have you thought about it? The man in the middle of the 3, who was called Master Yin, said. At first glance, this man looked a bit like a master. He was also handsome, but there was always a bit of evil in his eyes. He always gave people a feeling that he was not above board. Humph, do I even need to think about this? I'll say it again, if you dare to touch a hair on Luoluo's head, I won't rest until you die today. Qi Wenhan narrowed his eyes and stared at young Master Yin. This person was the biggest threat. After all, he was an expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Just him alone was not something that he and Xia Luoluo could deal with. TSK, it sounds like you have some backbone. It's a pity that his brain isn't that good. Young Master Yin didn't even look at Qi Wenhan as he stared unscrupulously at Xia Luoluo. He was a veteran who had seen countless women. Naturally, he could tell that Xia Luoluo's current appearance was a disguise. Just from her temperament, he could tell that this woman was definitely a rare beauty. Xia Luoluo was scared by his stare, and she quickly hid behind Qi Wenhan. Although she was stronger than Qi Wenhan, women were always naturally weaker at this time. Fortunately, Qi Wenhan's performance gave her some comfort. Thanks to these three people, she felt a little hazy in her heart. It was starting to sprout. Young Master Yin also poked his head out and looked greedily at the hiding Xia Luoluo. He smacked his lips as if he was tasting a rare toy. He said to the unyielding Qi Wenhan, "Brat, give this girl to me. At most, I'll just play with her. I won't kill her. This way, it'll be good for you, me, and her. Otherwise, she can only be buried with your boring man's pride. Think carefully about which is more important." Qi Wenhan was originally very resolute, but after hearing these words, his heart subconsciously wavered. He knew that with his strength, he couldn't protect Xia Luoluo. It didn't matter if he died here, but if he dragged Xia Luoluo to die with him, that wouldn't be justifiable. However, Qi Wenhan turned his head and looked at Xia Luoluo. After understanding the meaning of the other's gaze, his wavering immediately disappeared. Xia Luoluo had expressed it very clearly. She would rather die than be given to this bastard. Since that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? I've thought it through very clearly. If you want to touch even a strand of my hair, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Qi Wenhan paused, and suddenly, his blood surged as he roared, "Come." This sound was like a clap of thunder that came out of nowhere. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken a bit. As for the three people who were close to Kai Pai, they were even more shocked. Each of their expressions changed greatly, and they took several steps back. Xia Luoluo's gaze stared straight at Qi Wenhan from behind. Her eyes flickered with a peculiar light. She was also shocked, but she was pleasantly surprised. An intense warmth immediately surged from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, the gaze she looked at Qi Wenhan with became even more tender and sweet. She didn't have this kind of opportunity in the past, so even if she had a good impression of Qi Wenhan, it was only a good impression. She wasn't sure that this was the man she could entrust her life to, but now, she was sure that although the situation was dangerous, there was a lover who was willing to die for her. What else could she ask for in this life? Qi Wenhan didn't notice Xia Luoluo's tender and sweet gaze behind him. He only stared at the three people in front of him. In particular, he stared at young Master Yin. Looking at their expressions, he knew that these people were already angry out of humiliation. Next, there would be a bloody battle to the death. He probably wouldn't survive today, but no matter what, he had to at least give Xia Luoluo a chance to escape. No matter what, he couldn't let her fall into the hands of these beasts. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a tough guy. I really admire you a little now." After being shocked, young Master Yin didn't immediately launch an attack like Qi Wenhan had imagined. Instead, he still looked like a cat playing with a mouse. However, he didn't want Qi Wenhan to take the initiative to retreat like before. He looked at Qi Wenhan as if he was looking at a dead man. He admired tough guys, but if it was a tough guy who went against him, it was better to kill him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Haha, he's indeed a tough guy. Unfortunately, tough guys don't have a good ending, especially tough guys who go against our young Master Yin, the ugly guy echoed with a laugh. That's right. Our young Master Yin is being merciful and wants to spare your life, but you don't even appreciate it. There are so many brainless idiots in this world, especially this kind. They are so stupid that they want to cry. The other person also mocked. Chapter 4687. Young Master Yin seemed to enjoy the feeling of a cat playing with a mouse. Holding his arms and pinching his chin, he said, "Tut tut, I have to say that this girl is really the best. Even if she disguises herself, she can't hide her natural beauty. I'm so lucky." Speaking of this, the opportunity to come to West Island should have belonged to Wei Shenjin, the big idiot, but that idiot had to wander around Tiandan Pavilion every day. What a fucking idiot. Hehe, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have met such a wonderful girl. It's really God's will, ha 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 ha. That's right, young Master Yin. Wei Shenjin is just at the early stage of Yuanying realm. He was valued by the senior management of the sect only because he got acquainted with the will of heaven. How dare he compare with our young Master Yin, the ugly guy flattered. Yes, Let's take this opportunity to win glory for Middle Island. As long as young Master Yin wins the Princess of West Island, you will have a meteoric rise. Moreover, Deputy Island Owner Chu will also treat us differently. That bullshit Wei Shenjin doesn't even deserve to carry shoes for our young Master Yin. The other guy also flattered, unwilling to be left behind. You two have hit the nail on the head. If I become rich this time, I won't forget your benefit. Young Master Yin laughed happily. Although he was very powerful, he didn't have any strong backing in the school. So, he hadn't been very successful. Especially in the past 2 years, even Wei Shenjin had become a core disciple of the school. This was something that made him unhappy no matter how he looked at it. This time, he could use this rare opportunity to make a name for himself in one fell swoop. At that time, he would like to see how those snobbish people of the Snowsword School would react. Of course, even if he, young Master Yin, was not successful in the Snowsword School, he was still a high and mighty core disciple. As for the bullshit South Continent escort agency behind Qi Wenhan, he did not care about it at all. It was just a small, unranked force. Perhaps there were people in the South Continent Sea who would take it seriously, but how could it compare to a large sect like the Middle Island? There was no comparison between them at all, so even if he killed Qi Wenhan here, there wouldn't be any repercussions. Putting aside the fact that he could kill people to silence them, even if the news leaked out, would the damn South State Escort Agency dare to go to Middle Island to seek revenge? Young Master Yin said as he walked towards Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo. There was a lascivious smile on his face. In his eyes, there was only a beauty in disguise. As for the rotten egg in front of him, he could casually squash it to death with one hand. He didn't even bother to look at it. Qi Wenhan gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to attack recklessly, Xia Luoluo suddenly rushed out from behind and shielded him behind her. She gritted her teeth at the approaching young Master Yin and said, "If you dare to do anything to me, I'd rather die than live in disgrace." Surprised, Qi Wenhan looked at Xia Luoluo's back, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. He didn't even have time to feel touched, and hurriedly rushed to protect her behind him, yelling, "If you have any problems, come at me." Ha 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 ha, what a good saying. Interesting. This is too interesting. I like to break up lovers, it's only satisfying this way. Young Master Yin sneered unscrupulously. A mere peak-early nascent soul cultivator has the nerve to say this to me? You'd rather die than live in disgrace? What a big joke. I think it should be called die in disgrace. I'll be fine even if you're broken. After saying that, young Master Yin's aura of a perfected nascent soul cultivator enveloped Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo without reservation. Under the strong pressure, the two's hearts tightened at the same time. They were afraid that today was really going to be dangerous. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. So what if you're at the peak early nascent soul? Are you looking down on me? Along with the voice, Lin Yi appeared in front of everyone with a cold expression. Hui Yudi, who was following behind him, couldn't help but feel nervous. She knew that Lin Yi's strength couldn't be measured with common sense. She also knew that this man and woman were Lin Yi's friends, so Lin Yi would definitely stand up for them. However, if it really came to this point, it wouldn't be so easy to end things, because the strength of the three opponents was really not weak. Not to mention that young Master Yin in the middle was a perfected nascent soul cultivator. Even the two followers next to him were perfected nascent soul cultivators. Facing this kind of strength, these two friends of Lin Yi couldn't do anything at all, and even if Lin Yi could fight opponents who were at a higher level than him, his strength was only at the peak early nascent soul stage. Could he be a match for these three people? Hui Yudi even felt that even if she joined the battle, she might not be able to gain an advantage against these three people, because at that time, not only would Lin Yi's two friends not be of help, but they would also become a burden. The consequences were really unpredictable. Qi Wenhan, who'd been prepared to die, was overjoyed when he saw Lin Yi's sudden appearance. There was finally hope for him. Oh, here comes another weakling who isn't afraid of death. What kind of day is it today? Why do useless things dare to come and play the hero? Young Master Yin glanced at Lin Yi with extreme contempt. When he saw Hui Yudi, his eyes immediately lit up. Another rare great beauty. Xia Luoluo's appearance was not very clear because of her disguise, but this Hua Yudi was different. Even if she wore a veil, it couldn't hide her heavenly beauty, especially that exquisite and curvaceous body. This was a stunning beauty that no man would be able to resist when they saw her. "You're from the Snowsword faction?" Lin Yi looked at the three people and asked young Master Yin, who was in the middle, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "That's right." Young Master Yin was stunned for a moment, and then he said proudly, "If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Don't cause trouble for your own faction. You can't afford to offend them." "Is that so?" Lin Yi smiled non-committally, and instead of answering, he asked, "From what you said just now, it seems like Wei Shenjin is your enemy." "Oh." Young Master Yin couldn't help but be stunned again. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi suspiciously. Could it be that this brat knew that idiot Wei Shenjin? But no matter what, he clearly had no reason to act cowardly in front of such a nameless brat. Immediately, he raised his head proudly and said, "So what if I am? And where did you come from?" "Oh, nothing much. I'm just sorry to tell you that you can go die now." Lin Yi smiled lightly. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Chapter 4688. Among the crowd, only Qi Wenhan had a matter-of-fact expression on his face. After experiencing so many things in the past, he would never doubt Lin Yi's strength. Although the other side had a peak nascent soul stage and 2 late nascent soul stage cultivators, and the lineup looked a bit fierce, but so what? Fuck. Why am I so unlucky today? Why did I run into these idiots? Young Master Yin cursed with a grin. Immediately, his killing intent soared and he was about to attack Lin Yi. However, before he could mobilize the true qi in his body, he heard a soft dragon roar next to his ear. Immediately after, he saw a dragon-shaped killing intent penetrate his chest without any resistance. He fell to the ground in a daze, and died with his eyes wide open. Fuck. The whole scene was dead silent. This scene happened too quickly and too suddenly. Young Master Yin's 2 followers were completely dumbfounded, and they were so shocked that they could not close their mouths for a long time. Just a moment ago, they thought that this idiot who came out of nowhere was seeking his own death. His strength was not enough, but his tone was quite arrogant. They thought that young Master Yin would definitely trample him to death. In the blink of an eye, young Master Yin, a peak nascent soul stage cultivator, became a corpse. And he died so miserably and so easily. Was this guy even human? The two looked at Lin Yi, who was still calm and collected, and were immediately scared to the point of wetting their pants. Didn't they say that only peak nascent soul stage cultivators could enter this place? Why did such a fierce monster suddenly appear? Don't come over. We are from the Snowsword faction. If you dare to kill us, the Snowsword School will never let you off. The 2 of them put on a brave front. They shouted hysterically as they backed away in fear. "Didn't I just confirm that you are from the Snowsword faction? You've already killed him, so why are you still talking to me about this?" Lin Yi smiled faintly and glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. "Do you know what I would do if I were you?" "What?" The 2 of them looked at each other and answered subconsciously with fear. "Turn around and run. At this time, you still dare to talk nonsense here, then go die with him." At the same time Lin Yi's voice fell. The silhouette suddenly disappeared into thin air. An instant later, it suddenly appeared on top of the 2 people's heads. With a kick from each person, the 2 people were kicked into the ground. 2 more corpses died with their eyes wide open. Hua Yudi stared blankly at the scene in front of her. She rubbed her eyes with all her might, afraid that this was an illusion. A master of the Great Yuanying stage and 2 masters of the Late Yuanying stage were so easily killed by Lin Yi. From beginning to end, there was no resistance at all. Was this guy really at the peak of the early Yuanying stage? Are you sure he's not at the peak of Mysterious Ascension early stage? He shook his head speechlessly. Hua Yudi looked at Lin Yi again with an inexplicable look in her eyes. Although Lin Yi had shown great strength along the way, and could even kill the dummy vine in a second, but to be honest, in Hua Yudi's opinion, no matter how strong Lin Yi was, he was at most similar to her. No matter how strong a master of the early Yuanying stage was, it was impossible to be stronger than a master of the Great Yuanying stage. This was common sense. As for why Lin Yi could kill the dummy vine in a second, the explanation was very simple. Plants were originally extremely afraid of fire, and it was also in this dry and hot environment. His fire attribute martial skill was bound to be twice the result with half the effort in this kind of situation. Hua Yudi felt that if she was also a fire attribute master, dealing with the dummy vine would definitely not be a problem. But now, they could only watch as Lin Yi killed the three of them with ease. Hua Yudi finally understood that her previous thinking was really too wrong. A person like Lin Yi was simply above the existence of common sense. A super genius who could surpass several realms and defeat an enemy of a higher level was originally just a legend. Even in the East Continent Academy, where geniuses gathered, it was impossible to find such a person. But now, this legend was standing right in front of her. Her heart was full of perilous waves. Hua Yudi finally realized why Lin Yi had been so indifferent along the way when he was following Ren Zhongyuan and the others. It turned out that this guy killed a master of the Great Yuanying stage like it was child's play. Ren Zhongyuan and the others still had the attitude of a high and mighty master, but in fact, they were simply being watched by others. What kind of ruthless person was this? Hua Yudi stared blankly at Lin Yi, and her mind couldn't help but start to let her imagination run wild. Ari, I don't know if this guy will kill me at the sight of the Thunder Mystic Vine when he really finds it. That way, he doesn't even need to share 20% and can directly swallow it all for himself. Hua Yudi was dumbfounded. At this moment, Xia Luoluo, who was being protected by Qi Wenhan, also widened her eyes. She looked at the calm Lin Yi with a face full of astonishment. In fact, the matter of Lin Yi had long been a hot topic in the South Continent Sea, and Qi Wenhan had mentioned it to her many times. But hearing it from others was one thing, and seeing it with her own eyes was another. Previously, even if Xia Luoluo was beaten to death, she would never have imagined that the honorary escort chief that Qi Wenhan spoke of would be so terrifyingly powerful. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency actually had such a powerful backer. A master at the peak of the early Yuanying stage was nothing, but a master at the peak of the early Yuanying stage who could instantly kill a master of the Great Yuanying stage was a completely different concept. Even if she used her toes to think, as long as this person didn't die prematurely, he would definitely grow to become a top existence in the 5 great heavenly islands in the future. There was no doubt about this. Xia Luoluo couldn't help but remind herself that when she returned this time, she would have to properly explain today's matter to her father. Originally, she was a little afraid that her father wouldn't agree to the relationship between her and Qi Wenhan. But now, after seeing Lin Yi's shocking performance, she suddenly didn't have the slightest bit of worry. As the helmsman of the treasured ship transportation company, her father's foresight was naturally not inferior to hers. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs also rise to the heavens. Qi Wenhan's background and strength weren't weak, and now he had a powerful external aid like Lin Yi, who could casually give him a nascent soul golden pill. His strength was even more frightening. No one would refuse such a person, let alone a businessman with a unique foresight like her father. Hehe, looks like Brother Ling owed me a lot of things in your previous life. In this life, you've actually come to help me repay my debt. Qi Wenhan laughed heartily as he stepped forward and gave Lin Yi a bear hug. Lin Yi's awesomeness had long been deeply ingrained in his heart. Even the West Mountain Old Sect master of the evil cultivation period couldn't do anything to this brother of his, let alone a mere master of the Great Yuanying Stay. Chapter 4689. Although he had lowered his voice, he did not deliberately isolate it. When these words reached Xia Luoluo's ears, she immediately blushed. Even Qi Wenhan, a forthright man, unconsciously became a little bashful. Their eyes met, but they could not help but look at each other. This feeling of being a thief really made Lin Yi laugh. Even an outsider like Lin Yi could see that compared to the time when they first entered the trial, the relationship between Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo was obviously a level closer. It was no longer just a little ambiguous. On this point alone, the Snow Sword School's young Master Yin and his 2 followers really could not go unnoticed. However, Lin Yi did not intend to let these 3 heroes go. In any trial that did not forbid killing and seizing treasures was always the most basic rhythm. Although Lin Yi would not take the initiative to do this kind of shady business, But this kind of opportunity that was delivered to his door, he would not foolishly let it go. Taking advantage of Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo's gazes, Lin Yi went forward and turned over the bodies of the three people, carefully searching them from top to bottom. When all the things were cleared out, he could not help but secretly curse the poor bastard. What the hell was on their bodies? It was simply a pile of garbage. Looking at the spoils of war that Lin Yi constantly plundered from the bodies of the three people, Hu Yudi, who had nothing to do, could not help but swallow her saliva. These three people were experts at the peak of Yuanying stage and late Yuanying stage. Who would carry garbage on their bodies? Although these things were not treasures, even in Hu Yudi's eyes, they were quite good. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Lin Yi, these things were really worthless. He was in a primitive place like the Lufeng forest, and directly swept away a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures like a lawnmower. At the same time, he also plundered so many good things from so many people. What entered his eyes were all rare treasures such as infant ginseng, myriad crossing golden dan fruit, and star ink milk. Unknowingly, his eyes had been trained, so he did not look at these things. Brother Qi, these three people are your fortune. These three people are your good fortune, so the things that came to you will naturally belong to you. Take these and put them away. After Lin Yi finished looting, he waved his hand and gave everything to Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo on the spot. He didn't keep anything for himself. Of course, to be more precise, he didn't like any of them. Previously, he could even casually take out something like the nascent soul golden pill, so it was not surprising that Lin Yi would say such a thing. Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little happy. After all, these things were already quite good for them. No matter what, the strength of the three people was obvious. The things found on their bodies were treasures for the early Yuanying stage masters, except for a freak like Lin Yi. Hu Yudi pouted when she heard that. Lin Yi was so stingy when he was talking to her about splitting the profits, as if he couldn't wait to explode on her body. Why was he so generous to his two friends now? Among the treasures that they had plundered, there were quite a few rare things that were actually given away so easily. She still wanted them. It was just that Lin Yi had done this now. She was also too embarrassed to speak. Qi Wenhan looked at Hu Yudi, who wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Yi was generous, and as a brother, he accepted the things with a clear conscience. But he couldn't ignore the feelings of others, especially a beauty like Hu Yudi who was by Lin Yi's side. Even if he couldn't help much at the moment, he definitely couldn't become Lin Yi's pig teammate. This must be sister-in-law's wife, right? Qi Wenhan greeted Hu Yudi with a smile. Without waiting for Hu Yudi to explain, he divided the spoils that Lin Yi had plundered into two. One was for him and Xia Luoluo, and the other was naturally for Hu Yudi. He smiled and said, "Everyone who saw it has a share. These are all gifts from Brother Ling, let's divide them together." I don't want it. Hu Yudi's face instantly turned red. She actually forgot to refute the previous sentence, and could only hurriedly wave her hands. She quickly retreated behind Lin Yi. "You want it." Lin Yi finally saw through Hu Yudi's thoughts, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He thought that with Hu Yudi's strength and experience, she shouldn't be much lower than him, and wouldn't be interested in these people's things. Little did he know that he was purely judging others by his own standards, and thought that everyone was like him, having one fortuitous encounter after another. Seeing Lin Yi's gaze fall on her face, Hu Yudi couldn't help but feel a little flustered and nervous. She lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Then you choose a few," Lin Yi said indifferently. As for Qi Wenhan's suggestion of splitting the spoils in half, there was no need. Firstly, he and Xia Luoluo couldn't just split it in half. Moreover, with Hu Yudi's experience, she wouldn't want many of the things here, and would at most choose a few. "Forget it." Hu Yudi shook her head and said softly, "Oh, then forget it." Lin Yi had a face of indifference. Hu Yudi stared at Lin Yi with all her might, and was immediately angered to death by him. "I'm a girl, and I'm just being shy to decline, that's all. As a man, can't you ask once more? If you ask once more, I can just push the boat with the current and accept it, really." Although he couldn't see the expression under the veil, Lin Yi could more or less see what this little girl was thinking through her eyes. He couldn't help but smile. What do you want? I'll give it to you again. This is nothing. If it was anyone else who said such big words, Hui Yudi would definitely scoff at it. However, since it was Lin Yi, it was completely different. At the very least, the strength that Lin Yi had displayed was indeed worthy of this promise. Hui Yudi looked at Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo and whispered to Lin Yi with a red face, "There are supplementary materials for refining that elixir. Although they aren't very rare, they aren't very easy to find." Even though she knew that Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan were very familiar with each other, she was still very cautious and didn't mention keywords like the Thunder Shen pill and the Thunder Shen vine. After all, this matter was of great importance. If it was accidentally leaked out and people knew that there was a Thunder Shen vine in this place, all kinds of problems would inevitably arise midway, and it might even lead to a failure at the final step. Then, she would want to cry but have no tears. "Oh, you don't have to worry about this. I have all those things." Lin Yi smiled as if he had everything under control. From the first day he arrived at the Heavenly Stage Island, he had been working on building a reserve. After 2 years, it had already reached a considerable scale. Basically, all the supplementary materials for mainstream elixirs were all ready. At most, extremely rare treasures like the Thunder Shen vine needed to be obtained by chance. As for the rest, he didn't need to spend much effort. Chapter 4690. I won't be courteous with you, Brother Ling. Then it would be impolite of us to refuse, hehe. Qi Wenhan saw that Lin Yi had already spoken, and did not continue to refuse. He knew Lin Yi's personality, and even more so, he knew Lin Yi's strength. This was indeed nothing in his eyes. "Thank you, Brother Ling." Xia Luoluo blushed and walked over to meekly thank Lin Yi. Since Qi Wenhan called him Brother Ling, she could only follow suit and call him Brother Ling. "Don't mention it, we're family after all." Lin Yi chuckled playfully, and Xia Luoluo blushed even more. She hurriedly ran over to Qi Wenhan's side to collect the things, but did not refute him. This meant that she had already begun to accept this way of thinking from the bottom of her heart. Seeing that Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo had collected all the things, and after confirming that there were no other threats in the surroundings, Lin Yi finally said his goodbyes. "All right, I won't disturb the two of you anymore. We're leaving." "Oh, thank you, Brother Ling. Be careful on the road, we'll have a good drink when we get back." Qi Wenhan nodded, and at the same time, he could not help but look at Xia Luoluo. However, their gazes instantly parted as if they had been electrocuted. At this moment, their minds were filled with Lin Yi's words, a world of the two of them. Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile, and immediately turned to leave with Hui Yudi. Although it was good to meet Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo here, it was still a waste of time. It was better to hurry on with their journey. After watching Lin Yi and Hui Yudi leave, Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo were silent for a while. Qi Wenhan felt like 100 claws were scratching at his heart. His face and neck were red, and he struggled for a long time, but he could not say a word. Don't be fooled by his performance when he was forced into a dead end by young Master Yin and the other two. Unfortunately, in this kind of romantic moment, a person like him would be bashful and timid instead. He was even more timid than an ordinary person. He could not say the words he had said to young Master Yin and the other two even if he was beaten to death. Xia Luoluo was a little embarrassed. She couldn't help but feel angry and amused at the same time. It was fortunate that she had revealed her true feelings in the moment of danger. Otherwise, with this blockhead's personality, if they really wanted to be together, it would be impossible. He didn't know how long he would have to wait. "Fortunately, we met Brother Ling this time. Otherwise, we would really be in trouble." Xia Luoluo sighed slightly, and could only take the lead to break the silence. Yes, I'm sorry, Luoluo. I was too careless this time. I didn't notice that these 3 people would target us from the beginning. I didn't protect you," Qi Wenhan said with a sad expression. It was really his negligence this time. As someone who came from a chaotic place like the South Continent Sea region, his sense of danger was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. However, at the thought of spending time alone with Xia Luoluo, he could not control himself. How could he pay attention to these hidden dangers? Originally, when they left the canyon, Everyone scattered to gather according to their luck. He and Xia Luoluo's luck was not bad, and they soon found a unique natural treasure, but they did not expect it to become a source of disaster. Because the two of them had already been targeted from the beginning. No, if it wasn't for you, I would have been defiled by these three beasts. Xia Luoluo shook her head. After pausing for a moment, she suddenly said in a small voice, I really liked the words you said just now. Ah! What words? Qi Wenhan did not recover his senses for a moment. He asked stupidly. Stupid. Xia Luoluo was speechless and stomped her feet. She rolled her eyes at this silly boy who did not know how to flirt. She could only change the topic and say, that girl wearing a veil just now, if I remember correctly, should be a disciple of the East Continent's Morning Pride Academy. Is Brother Ling also an old acquaintance of hers? I don't know. It doesn't look like it. I only know that Brother Ling's two confidants are Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao. They are both in the Morning Star Academy. Qi Wenhan shook his head. Is that so? But why do I feel that there's something between the two of them? If they just met, the progress wouldn't be so fast, right? Xia Luoluo could not help but ask curiously. Although it was not very obvious, but Hui Yudi and Lin Yi had clearly done something ambiguous. This did not escape her eyes, and it looked like Hui Yudi was the one who initiated it. Really? Qi Wenhan paused for a moment before coming back to his senses. He couldn't help but speak with envy, as expected of Brother Ling, his too amazing. Even the beauties of the Eastern continent have fallen for him. No wonder Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao are so loyal to him. TSK. What? From your tone, it sounds like you're very envious. Xia Luoluo turned to look at Qi Wenhan, her tone strange. This, as long as it's a man. Qi Wenhan subconsciously replied. Only when he felt the killing intent did he react. His brain sped up for once. It's impossible to be like Brother Ling. Someone like Brother Ling only appears once every few thousand years. How can I compare to him? As long as I have one, I'll be satisfied. I can die without regrets. That's more like it. Xia Luoluo's lips curled into a slight smile. Although she had disguised herself, the flirtatious look she showed in that instant still made Qi Wenhan completely dumbfounded. Seeing Qi Wenhan's expression, Xia Luoluo could not help but lower her head shyly. She really was an idiot. On the other side, after Hui Yudi had followed Lin Yi for a while, she finally could not help but ask, hey, after we find the Thunder Mystic Vine, you won't kill me, will you? Lin Yi, who was leading the way, lost his footing when he heard that. He was completely shocked by this girl's wild thoughts. What was she even talking about? Lin Yi turned around, speechlessly glancing at this girl who had no idea what she was thinking. With a mischievous face, he said, if you want to kill, you should kill first. I see. Then can you just kill without killing? Hui Yudi blinked. Fart. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yi immediately choked. Just now, he had only thought that this girl's thoughts were strange. Now, he was completely shocked. Just kill without killing. Was this an answer that a normal girl could think of? Wasn't Xia Luoluo's decision to rather die than submit the right way? Or was it that the East Continent was special, and they had been taught this way since they were young? Compared to reputation and integrity, preserving one's life was more important. Don't think that I don't know that you're not the kind of person who casually kills people. If you were really that cruel, you would have already killed Ren Zhongyuan and the others. Hui Yudi said with a face full of certainty. Chapter 4691. On the contrary, in the face of Ren Zhongyuan and the others' mockery and ridicule, Lin Yi remained calm from beginning to end. He didn't have the slightest intention of arguing with these ignorant people. This was extremely rare. At least if she was in Lin Yi's position, Hui Yudi wouldn't have such a calm temperament. Even if she didn't kill them on the spot to establish her dominance, she would definitely teach them a lesson. She obviously had a body full of strength, but after being mocked and ridiculed in front of her, she still acted like nothing had happened. How strong was her temperament? Little did they know that there was a special term for this kind of thing. It was called pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Lin Yi had been an expert in this since the beginning of his career. If a few so-called geniuses who thought highly of themselves could make him impatient like this, then all of Lin Yi's previous cultivation would have been in vain. All right, I really admire you. Lin Yi smiled, looked at the girl, and said, let's go quickly. Aren't you shy? You're still talking about it. Hua Yudi's pretty face turned red. This guy really brought up her sore spot. After the episode just now, she had finally put that embarrassing scene to the back of her mind. In the blink of an eye, this guy brought it up again. It was really infuriating. Looking at Hua Yudi angrily walking in front, Lin Yi could only shake his head speechlessly. He was puzzled. What was going on? Why did it feel like this girl suddenly became a lot more unyielding? A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. This saying was not false at all. Men could never figure out what a woman was thinking, because this in itself was an unsolvable proposition. As they continued forward, Hua Yudi once again took the lead like she did at the beginning. With her strength of nascent soul stage, as long as she didn't become absent-minded, there was no problem at all for her to lead the way. Moreover, there was Lin Yi behind her to protect her. Basically, even if there was any danger in front of them, before Hua Yudi could react, he would have already killed it. There really wasn't any threat along the way. After a few hours, the sky gradually darkened again. A blood-red crescent moon appeared in the sky. It was hazy, giving people the feeling that the moon had grown hair. Lin Yi looked up, pinched his chin, smacked his lips, and muttered, Maro Yuliang? And with such a strong blood qi? This isn't an auspicious sign. However, on second thought, the land beneath his feet was a remnant of an ancient battlefield. To put it bluntly, it was a super-mass grave since ancient times. Killing intent, baleful aura, and corpse aura were all gathered together. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the most dangerous place in the world, so it was normal for the so-called blood-colored moon to appear. Lin Yi himself didn't take it to heart. This kind of folklore was used to scare children. However, after Hua Yudi, who was walking in front of him, heard his murmur, she suddenly stopped moving. Although she was an expert at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, she was still a girl. No matter how strong she was still afraid of these legends. Especially at this moment, the blood-colored hairy moon above her head, no matter how she looked at it, it really made people panic. Originally, she was still walking in front of Lin Yi with big strides, at least about 5 feet away from him. As a result, after Lin Yi muttered this sentence, this chick suddenly fell in front of Lin Yi. It was less than 5 feet in front and behind, and if he was not careful, he could step on her heel. But even so, Hua Yudi still insisted on walking in front of him in a fit of pique. However, after walking for a while, the surrounding light was getting dimmer and dimmer. Even the blood moon hanging in the air was looming, and it even gradually disappeared in the thick clouds. After a while, there was no light in the surroundings. This was the darkness before dawn. Hua Yudi really couldn't stand it anymore. She said weakly, can we walk later? I feel a little tired. As she said this, she had unknowingly fallen behind Lin Yi. Because there was not even a bit of light in the surroundings, she really did not have the courage to continue walking in front. Even at this moment, even following behind Lin Yi made her feel a little afraid. Without any light, unless she constantly used her divine sense like Lin Yi, she would not be able to lock onto Lin Yi's position, even if Lin Yi was less than 10 feet in front of her. It was a pity that she was not Lin Yi. She did not have an endless supply of spirit qi, and the strength of her divine sense was far from as tough and powerful as Lin Yi's. If she had to use her divine sense at all times, let alone finding the Thunder Shen Vine, just halfway through the journey would cause her spirit to collapse. But fortunately, compared to ordinary cultivators, Hua Yudi had a special talent. She could follow Lin Yi's scent and move forward. It was just that this method could only determine a general direction, and could not accurately lock onto him like divine sense, so she inevitably felt a little nervous. Tired? Lin Yi, who was walking in front, was stunned when he heard this. He did not look back, but directly used his divine sense to size up Hua Yudi. Seeing that her body was slightly trembling, he immediately understood and could not help but feel a little funny. He said, "Are you afraid? You are the one who is afraid. I have experienced all kinds of trials in the past, and there are many that are more dangerous than this. This is nothing, Hua Yudi stubbornly said. Oh, then rest for a while. Lin Yi found it funny, but he did not insist. Since Hua Yudi was afraid, then stop and rest for a while. Anyway, the darkness before dawn would only last for a while, and it would be sunrise soon. Hua Yudi heaved a sigh of relief. She immediately hugged her legs and sat down. She was a morning beauty, but she wasn't a spoiled young lady. She was already used to sitting on the ground in the wild. After a moment of silence, feeling that Lin Yi was still standing next to her, Hua Yudi suddenly frowned and pouted. Why are you standing in front of me? Do you want to peek at my collar? Fart. Lin Yi almost choked again. He did not know why, but after interacting with this girl for a long time, she could always inexplicably come up with a stroke, making him not know whether to laugh or cry. What can I see in this dark and windy night? She could not even see the figure in front of her clearly, and she could still peek at his collar. What kind of strange logic was this? Others can't see, but maybe you can. Hua Yudi curled her lips and said. Ah, you overestimate me. My eyes are not specially trained like your nose. Don't worry, what you can't see, I can't see either. Lin Yi helplessly spread out his hands. Chapter 4692. Then what do you think I should do? Lin Yi was completely helpless. This chick's clothes were tightly wrapped from top to bottom. Although her figure was graceful and attractive, it was simply a fool's dream to say that there was something substantial on her body. Was she afraid that he would peek at her neckline? Especially in such an environment where one couldn't even see their own fingers? Sit down, but don't sit too far from me. If you sit too far away, who knows if your place is higher? Hua Yudi said after thinking about it. Okay, I really give up. Lin Yi really couldn't complain at this time, so he could only sit next to her. He couldn't help but wonder how this chick's brain worked. Why was her thinking circuit so different from ordinary people? In fact, Hua Yudi's face was also red at this time. She didn't know why, but she inexplicably wanted Lin Yi to sit with her, so she racked her brain to find so many strange reasons. It wasn't that there was something wrong with her brain. The moon was dark, and the wind was strong. Everything was silent, and there was no one around. Lin Yi and Hua Yudi sat side by side, neither of them talking, but they could clearly feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. It was a very subtle feeling, as if the two of them had unknowingly gotten closer to each other, especially when the awkward scene from before flashed through their minds. The atmosphere couldn't help but become a little flirtatious, and one couldn't help but blush. Hua Yudi hurriedly shook her head with all her might. If she continued to let her thoughts run wild, she reckoned that her brain would be fried. When she was with this guy, why did she always think of such shameful things? What are you doing? Lin Yi turned his head and looked at her strangely. Although it was too dark to see clearly, he could still clearly feel the other party's shaking movement. Could it be that this chick didn't get rid of the poison completely, and there was a side effect on her body? No, nothing. What am I doing? Hua Yudi was shocked, and quickly denied it with a red face. She suddenly found an excuse and said, "There are mosquitoes here." Mosquitoes? Lin Yi was suddenly stunned. How could there be mosquitoes in this barren land? Even if there were, his divine sense was always open. Any movement within 100 feet could not be hidden from the omnipresent divine sense. How could he not sense it? Yes, mosquitoes. Hua Yudi bit to death. Afraid that Lin Yi would continue to question her, she quickly changed the topic. Do you know, I have never known who my parents are since I was young. The only reason I am still alive is because Master found me in the wild. Otherwise, I would have been an abandoned baby, and not even my bones would have been left. Oh, I'm about the same as you. Lin Yi nodded. He didn't expect that this girl would have such a life experience. She seemed to be in the same boat as him. Didn't you come from the secular world? Hua Yudi couldn't help but be surprised, but she immediately realized that she had asked a stupid question. Whether or not they came from the secular world had nothing to do with their origins. There were abandoned babies on Heaven Stage Island, so naturally, there were also abandoned babies in the secular world. Yes, I have a grandfather in the secular world who is half a master and half a senior, including medical skills. He was the one who taught me all kinds of miscellaneous things that I have. At that time, I was tormented by him a lot. Hee. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. After coming to Heaven Stage Island for so long, he didn't know how Old Man Lin was doing now. However, what made him feel more at ease was that, from the replies from the people in the secular world, Old Man Lin was living quite comfortably in the West Star Mountain village, and Aunt Ching was finally with him. From this point of view, Old Man Lin was actually quite lucky, and there was really nothing to worry about. Me too. Master is the same to me. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. Hua Yudi nodded repeatedly. With such a similar life experience, she suddenly felt that the distance between her and Lin Yi was closer. Maybe they would have a lot in common. After a pause, she changed the topic and asked, "Then, do you want to go back to the secular world? Is this place better or the secular world better?" "Naturally, the secular world," Lin Yi answered without hesitation. It was true that in terms of strength and cultivation conditions, 10,000 secular worlds couldn't compare to one Heaven Stage Island. However, he always believed that the secular world was his root. Without the secular world, there would be no him, and he wouldn't have reached his current level. Moreover, most of the women he cared about the most were in the secular world. The eldest miss and the others were still waiting for him to go back and save them. Therefore, no matter what, even if he had to pay all the price, Lin Yi must return to the secular world. This was his greatest wish and goal. Why? Is it because there are rich men and universities there? Hua Yudi suddenly asked curiously. Phut, both. Lin Yi almost choked again. Why is this girl so persistent about rich men? I just mentioned it casually at the beginning, but I didn't expect her to keep it in mind. As for universities, it was probably because he mentioned it casually that she remembered it. However, from this point alone, it could be seen that this girl should be quite interested in the secular world. It felt similar to Shangguan Lena. They were the kind of people who were full of fantasies and longing for the secular world. No wonder. That guy Ren Zhongyuan always likes to go to the Central Chamber of Commerce to buy some strange things. He said that they are all imported goods from the secular world. They are all very useful. It seems to be very popular recently. When Hua Yudi said this, she couldn't help but think of the camera. It was a good thing that Ren Zhongyuan spent a lot of money to buy. At first, when he said that he would give it to her, she was actually very interested and almost accepted it on the spot. However, in the end, her disgust for this guy prevailed. She gritted her teeth and pushed the camera back. Now that she thought about it, although she didn't regret it, she still felt a little regretful. Well, you can say that. Lin Yi nodded. The biggest role of the Central Chamber of Commerce after its emergence was to set off a wave of technology on Heaven Stage Island. This greatly improved the status of the secular world on Heaven Stage Island. Now, when the secular world was mentioned again, at least no one would say that the secular world was useless. As far as these technological products were concerned, although they weren't like divine weapons or elixirs that could play a substantial role for cultivators, many of their functions were still very practical. Even the top big shots on Heaven Stage Island had to admit that in some aspects, even high-level cultivators were inferior to them. For example, the camera and the mobile phone that Lin Yi carried. Chapter 4693. As for the mobile phone, although Lin Yi had not personally tested whether there was a signal or not, if there was no such thing, it was impossible to achieve long-distance communication. The so-called 1,000-mile sound transmission was just an illusory legend. In reality, no one had seen it. Strictly speaking, the mobile phone was the real 1,000-mile sound transmission. If there is a chance, Hua Yudi suddenly said. Lin Yi frowned and waited for her to continue. If there is a chance, take me. Hua Yudi was still hesitating. The more she spoke, the more shy she became. In the end, her voice was so low that it could not be heard. Only she could guess. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at her strangely. Although it was too dark to see clearly, he still subconsciously made this action. What does this chick want to express? Why is he acting so bashful? Could it be something very embarrassing? That shouldn't be the case, right? Although they had that awkward scene, Lin Yi felt that this chick should be a traditional woman in her bones. If there is a chance, take me to the secular world. When Lin Yi couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, Hu Yudi finally finished her words. However, her voice was so low that even Lin Yi could barely hear it. You want to go to the secular world? Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised. This sentence was a bit familiar. In his memory, Shanghai Lena seemed to have said something similar. If you don't want to take me, then forget it. I am just curious. Hu Yudi pouted. Hehe, if you want to go, of course you can, but the premise is that I can go back. It is not easy to go from the secular world to the heavenly island. It is even more difficult to go back from the heavenly island to the secular world. We will see when the time comes. Lin Yi sighed. Although this chick's brain was strange and a little incomprehensible, he didn't hate it. At least from the bottom of his heart, he had begun to treat this chick as a friend. Not a purely beneficial partner. Yeah, I have never heard of anyone who can go back. She heard Lin Yi's sigh. Hu Yudi hurriedly explained, I'm just saying. I don't have any other meaning. Don't take it seriously. Since you've already said it, how can I not take it seriously? Let's see if there's a chance. If I can go back, I'll call you. Lin Yi smiled. Although it was indeed very difficult to return to the secular world from Heaven Stage Island, according to the information he currently had, it would be very difficult. In fact, the probability of success was not as low as one would imagine. Thinking about it carefully, there were at least 3 options. The first option was also the most reliable one, and that was to find Zhong Liju. That damned thing's personal experience had proven that he had a reliable way, and with his relationship with Zhong Liju, as long as he could find him, he believed that Zhong Liju wouldn't reject him right away. The only difficulty was when they would be able to meet this legendary figure who was elusive and elusive. As for the second method, it fell on the Central Chamber of Commerce. It was very clear that the Central Chamber of Commerce had a way to freely travel between Heaven Stage Island and the secular world. If they could find a way to find out, naturally, Lin Yi would have a chance. However, this method was much more difficult than the first one. After all, the Central Chamber of Commerce had a lot of strong practitioners. Although Lin Yi could kill profound ascension practitioners in seconds, if he really went in, he would still end up as a corpse on the street. As for the third method, it fell on Han Jingjing. Although it was a bit ridiculous for her to research the mystery of the teleportation circle between Heaven Stage Island and the secular world, which of her previous research wasn't a miracle, as long as she had enough conditions and time. Lin Yi really didn't think that this was impossible. Hu Yudi couldn't help but feel a little happy, although she knew in her heart that after the West Island trial ended, this West Island trial, she and Lin Yi wouldn't have much interaction, but after hearing this, she felt a little expectant. If only she could really go to the secular world with this guy. As the two talked, the sky gradually brightened. Although the visibility was still not high, at least it wasn't as dark as before. After talking with Lin Yi for a while, Hu Yudi was finally not afraid anymore, and the two immediately got up and continued on their way. However, not long after they walked, Lin Yi suddenly heard a soft rumbling sound beside him. He couldn't help but look towards the sound and saw Hu Yudi with her head down and her face red. She was almost looking for a hole to hide in. Are you hungry? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled up a little. Practitioners don't need to eat, I'm not hungry. Hu Yudi still had her head down and didn't dare to look at anyone, but she said it quite firmly. Hee. Lin Yi shook his head with a faint smile. Although it was true that practitioners didn't need to eat, it didn't mean that they really didn't eat. This was an innate instinct. Even if the body wasn't hungry, it would still have this reaction unconsciously after a long time. Just like Hu Yudi's stomach growling, this was a clear proof. If practitioners really didn't need to eat, so many high-end restaurants on the Heaven Stage Island would have been closed long ago. How could it be seen everywhere now? Lin Yi felt that the various kinds of delicacies on the Heaven Stage Island were no worse than those in the secular world. Some of them were even sold at a very high price, and there were still many diners and guests. Lin Yi suddenly took out some extremely delicate and delicious pastries, turned his head and handed them to Hu Yudi, saying, Here, satisfy your craving. Where did you get them from? Hua Yudi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her throat squirmed uncontrollably, and she almost drooled. I conjured them. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. Ah! Hua Yudi couldn't help but be startled. She'd been watching him the whole time, and this guy clearly didn't bring anything with him. He didn't even have a normal backpack, and he came empty-handed. It wasn't strange for him to have some small treasures on him, but where did these delicate-looking pastries come from? Hua Yudi thought to herself. It couldn't really be conjured out of thin air, right? She had never heard of such a magical power in the world. All right, don't be silly. Since there are ready-made ones, eat them quickly, Lin Yi said and started eating first. Wait, leave some for me. Hua Yudi looked really greedy, and immediately stopped thinking about how these things were conjured. She quickly snatched a piece from Lin Yi's hand and ate it in small bites. Chapter 4694. Lin Yi looked at Hua Yudi's careful eating and couldn't help but smile. These exquisite pastries were actually put into the jade space from the envoy's mansion in West Island. Anyway, the space was very large. Now he put whatever he saw in it, so that he could be prepared. The two divided the pastries Lin Yi took out. After eating, Hua Yudi wiped the corner of her mouth with some desire. At this time, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Do you want more?" "Ah, you have more?" Hua Yudi was shocked again. She looked at Lin Yi up and down as if she was looking at a monster. What was this guy made of? He didn't even carry a bag when he went out. How could he hide so many pastries at will? Yes, if you want to eat, I will definitely make sure you are full. Lin Yi nodded. I think I'll pass. Hua Yudi shook her head after some hesitation. Eating was just a habit to her, and it wasn't necessary for her to eat too much. A girl eating so much in front of others would be laughed at. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to be laughed at by this guy. Oh, then forget it. Lin Yi put it away indifferently. Hua Yudi suddenly felt depressed again. Why was this guy like this every time? Once he said no, he immediately let it go. Couldn't he ask again? Didn't he know that girls should be more reserved? What the hell was this chick doing? Seeing Hua Yudi sulking and walking away, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Women were difficult to understand, and this chick changed every now and then. It was especially difficult to understand. However, Lin Yi didn't need to understand. He was with Hua Yudi purely for the Thunder Shen Rattan. As long as it didn't interfere with this fundamental purpose, he would let this chick do whatever she wanted. The two hurried on their way again. As a result, after walking for less than an hour, the scene in the distance suddenly changed. That place was the opposite of the barren scene in the surrounding places. It was lush and green. It was like a fairyland on earth. Oasis. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Anyone who had walked in this monotonous desert for 2 days and suddenly saw a rare oasis would definitely be overjoyed. For ordinary people, seeing such a lush green oasis in the desert was no less than grasping at a life-saving straw. For a cultivator like Lin Yi, although it was not that exaggerated, his mood instantly improved. He could not help but feel refreshed just by looking at it from afar. Hua Yudi's reaction was much more direct than Lin Yi's. After exclaiming excitedly, she immediately sprinted towards the direction of the oasis and walked for 2 whole days in the desert. Sitting and lying on the sand, her whole body was covered with dust and it was extremely uncomfortable. What she wanted to do the most now was to find a clear spring and take a good bath. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi did not try to dissuade her. Although it was somewhat dangerous for Hua Yudi to run like this, it was not a big problem with him keeping an eye on her from behind. His divine sense had already spread out in advance, so if there was any danger, he would be able to detect it in advance. The two of them quickly approached this rare oasis, and Hua Yudi could not wait to rush in. However, when she was about 1,000 feet away, she suddenly stopped and looked ahead with a frown. Why are there so many people? Lin Yi was a little surprised and stopped beside her. He could not see anything from afar, but now that he was close, he clearly found that within this oasis that was not considered big, there were actually dozens of people gathered. There were actually dozens of people gathered there, and these people were all gathered in one place. They didn't scatter, and it felt like they were having a party. What should we do? Hua Yudi could not help but turn her head to look at Lin Yi nervously. She did not know when, but she had already unconsciously regarded Lin Yi as the backbone. Could they also be here for the Thunder Xian Rattan? Lin Yi looked at her and said. Those who appeared here were naturally the participants of this trial, and there was only one thing that could make them gather together. That was the treasure of heaven and earth, and it definitely could not be an ordinary treasure of heaven and earth. Only rare treasures like the Thunder Xian Rattan could cause such a big stir. I don't think so. Hua Yudi thought for a while and said, although everyone knows about this ancient battlefield relic, the information about the Thunder Xian Rattan has always been confidential, and only a few people know about it. Unless someone spread the news with ulterior motives, it is impossible to gather so many people. If it really causes such a stir, the top management of West Island will definitely take action. Well, it makes sense. Lin Yi nodded. The existence of the Thunder Xian Rattan was a rare strategic resource for the entire West Island. It was okay if only a few people inside knew about it, but if it really caused an uproar and everyone knew about it, West Island would inevitably fall into chaos. Ning Shangling might even directly give a kill order. At that time, it was estimated that none of these trial takers who knew the news would survive. It was related to the core interests of the entire West Island, and there was no room for mercy. Although we took the shortest route, after all, we were delayed for a day, so these people probably came here from other directions. Don't worry, this place is still far from the Thunder Xian Rattan, Hua Yudi comforted him. That's good. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and looked ahead with a frown. But something must have happened there, or it is impossible for so many people to gather here. Let's be careful. Okay. Hua Yudi also looked dignified. Although the oasis would naturally attract people to stop, it was definitely not a small matter that so many people gathered here inexplicably. Even if it had nothing to do with the Thunder Xian Rattan, they could not take it lightly. This is the only way, right? Lin Yi asked. Yes, our destination is after the 10,000-year canyon, and this oasis is the only entrance to the 10,000-year canyon. Hua Yudi nodded and said. Then there's no other choice. Let's go. He took the lead and walked forward. Although there was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation, it was just as I said before. A trial of this level was not difficult at all for him. At most, it was just a matter of luck. As for the danger, if he could not handle it with his strength, then the other trial takers would have died long ago. Hua Yudi carefully followed behind Lin Yi. She was not nervous in her heart, but instead had an intoxicating sense of security. Although this old-fashioned man was often unromantic, it had to be said that at least he gave people the feeling that he was very reliable. The two of them entered the oasis with caution. As soon as they entered the shade of the trees, they immediately felt a refreshing feeling of enlightenment, making them feel comfortable from head to toe. The tiredness from the journey was instantly swept away, and their entire body and mind involuntarily relaxed. Chapter 4695. Although the concentration of spiritual qi in this place could not be compared with that in the 5 Poison Swamp, it was still very rare. It was even much better than some specially built caves in the North Island. This oasis is the throat of the 10,000 Years Grand Canyon. All the spiritual qi in and out of the 10,000 Years Grand Canyon will gather here. That's why it's so rich. It's also because of this that this oasis appeared. Otherwise, it would definitely be a desert. Hua Yudi explained behind him. It could be seen that in order to obtain the Thunder Xian Rattan, this girl had done a lot of research on this place. After all, unlike Lin Yi, the primordial battlefield was still very dangerous for a perfected nascent soul cultivator like her. This oasis was not large, only a little more than 1,000 feet in radius. However, in such a small area, there were dozens of high-level cultivators gathered. Except for a few experts in the peak of the Gold Core realm, most of them were experts in the original Infant realm. This was the mainstream strength of this trial. These people were gathered together at the moment, as if they were facing something together. Their faces were very dignified. Could it be that there was a terrible spirit beast blocking the way? Lin Yi and Hua Yudi's appearance didn't cause any commotion, nor did they attract anyone's attention. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the empty space in front of them. There weren't any frightening spirit beasts there, but a group of practitioners. It was just that this group of people had a ferocious aura, and they weren't friendly people. Following the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yi glanced forward, and then his eyelids twitched unconsciously. He was extremely shocked. The leader of the group in front of him, a fierce man with a scar on his face, was actually a profound ascending stage master. Lin Yi couldn't help but rub his eyes. Did he see it wrong? Wasn't it said that only nascent soul stage masters and below could enter this place? Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pass through the transmission array. Then what was going on with this profound ascending stage master? This fierce aura that was far above that of a nascent soul stage master couldn't be faked, right? Even if someone could fake his aura, it would definitely not be able to hide from Lin Yi's eyes. From head to toe, he could see that this scarred man was a genuine profound ascending stage master. Although he was only at the peak of the early stage of profound ascending stage, this guy appearing in this place. That in itself was already a huge piece of news. How about it? Is there anyone else who wants it? If you want to pass, hurry up and take out your money. As long as you take out enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I will let you pass. Don't worry, this 10,000-year Grand Canyon behind me is a primitive land that is rarely visited by humans. There are countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside, and it's very easy to recoup my losses. Ha 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 ha. Scarface looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. After listening to his words, Lin Yi and Hua Yudi immediately understood. It turned out that this group of people hadn't gathered here to fight over any heavenly treasures, but to meet a mountain king who had occupied the mountain. According to Hua Yudi, the 10,000-year Great Canyon was a rare treasure land in the primordial battlefield. Because of the unique environment here, there were far more natural treasures than in other places. If one were to try their luck in the desert, they might not be able to find a natural treasure even after 10 days or half a month. However, in this 10,000-year Great Canyon, there were many natural treasures. It was said that as long as one walked patiently for a day, there would be a harvest. In addition, the judging standard of the West Island trial test was the treasure of heaven and earth, so it was natural. Any trial taker with a little bit of information would find a way to come here, unless it was someone like Ren Zhongyuan who had other intentions. Only then would they let go of this legendary treasure land. Now that this mountain king had occupied the only entrance here, it was equivalent to holding everyone's weakness, and they could only obediently let him do whatever he wanted. After all, in the face of such a cruel and unruly profound ascending stage master, these nascent soul stage cultivators were really helpless. After all, there was no other freak like Lin Yi in the 5 heavenly islands. Who could cross a great realm to challenge a profound ascending stage master? Damn it! If this guy was alone, with so many of us together, I believe that even if he was a profound ascending stage master, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It's a pity that he has so many followers. A person not far from Lin Yi whispered bitterly. There's no other way, we're really unlucky. We actually met this scar-faced man. It seems that there's no hope for this West Island trial. The West Island princess has such a good opportunity to choose a husband, sigh. Another person sighed. Why did this scar-faced man appear in this place? Isn't it impossible for profound ascending stage masters to enter? Lin Yi asked quietly behind them. Hey, it's another unlucky newcomer. The man heard the words and looked back at Lin Yi. When he saw Hua Yudi, his eyes lit up, but after all, he was wearing a veil, so he didn't show too much of a pervert. He just shook his head and smiled bitterly. I heard from those who came earlier that this scar-faced man seemed to be in the bottleneck of the nascent soul peak in a previous trial. As a result, he got some kind of adventure during the trial, and then accidentally broke through, so he couldn't get out, and could only be trapped here as a mountain king. So that's how it is. Lin Yi glanced at Hua Yudi subconsciously. This girl was also at the bottleneck of nascent soul mastery. She wouldn't meet the same fate if she wasn't careful, would she? This place was really dangerous, even a rare breakthrough could get her killed. That can only mean that his own strength is not enough. Controlling the realm of strength is a compulsory course for all East Continent college students, and it's the most basic. If he can't even do this, it can only mean that he can reach his current realm purely by luck, and his strength is seriously insufficient. Hua Yudi rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. Miss, Are you from East Continent? The person just now glanced at Hua Yudi again. Seeing that Hua Yudi seemed to be too lazy to talk, he could only bitterly smile and say, "That's right, but Scarface is a genuine early-stage profound ascension expert after all. No matter how strong a nascent soul stage is, in front of him, they are just vegetables. The situation is stronger than the person. What can we do?" Yes, from what the scar-faced man said, he has been here for hundreds of years. The group of people around him also came back late from every trial, and in the end, they couldn't get out, so they were all gathered by him, and became a tyrant here. These people are all desperados, not to be trifled with, the others said with lingering fear. From your point of view, if we want to get to the Grand Canyon through here, we'll have to give him some treasures? Lin Yi asked again, not agreeing or disagreeing with the question. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay for the passage. This is the rule set by this mountain king. If you don't have the strength to resist, don't you have to give him treasures? A person said. Chapter 4696. Otherwise, you can just not go to the 10,000-year Grand Canyon, and they won't be able to stop you. However, if you do that, it will be difficult to gain anything from this trial. In my opinion, you should obediently do as they say. This way, you should be able to get back what you spent in the 10,000-year Grand Canyon. You might even be lucky. Are you stupid? You dare to believe Scarface's bullshit about eating people without spitting out the bones? It's true that there are good things in the 10,000-year Grand Canyon, but you can't just casually pick up all the treasures in there. You can't even imagine how many terrifying things are in there. Even if you go in, it's hard to say if you can come out alive. You want to get back what you spent. That's right. Do you know how big Scarface's appetite is? Even if you go in, even if you are really lucky enough to find something good, when you come out, won't he plunder it again? Will he let you go so easily? Can't you use a little more brains? Another person echoed. The moment they said this, the expressions of the nearby cultivators turned incomparably ugly. This was the truth. Scarface was definitely not a kind and honest person. If he let you in, he would plunder you, and if he let you out, of course he would plunder you as well. This was something that could be understood even with one's toes. If they worked for him for free, and even risked their lives, then what was the point of doing anything? What else is there to say? We can only avoid this damn place. Even if the harvest is a little less, it's still better than being plundered by Scarface. I'm not stupid. Immediately, someone had the thought of retreating. Many people had the same thought, but not everyone was willing to retreat just like that. After all, once they retreated, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack in the desert. Instead of that, it was better to take a risk and seek riches in danger. Sure enough, while everyone was talking in low voices, a man in grey suddenly jumped out from the crowd. He instantly attracted everyone's attention. I am Duan Wuzong of the Thousand Blades sect. I don't have any treasures on me. Because of this, I must go to the 10,000-year Grand Canyon. I believe you don't want to fight to the death over such a small matter. That won't be good for either of us. As the grey-robed man spoke, he revealed a powerful and overbearing aura. He was an expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm. The moment this Duan Wuzong appeared, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened. The reason they were stuck here was because they lacked a leader. But now, it finally appeared. Oh, it looks like a tough guy has come and is ready to challenge me alone. Scarface looked disdainful and carelessly glanced at Duan Wuzong. I wouldn't dare. Whether the others live or die has nothing to do with me. I'm just asking you to open the door. After all, if we really fight, it won't be a good thing for both of us. Someone might even fish in troubled waters. What do you think? Duan Wuzong's tone was hard to conceal his pride. Hehe, this guy is going to walk into a mine. From afar, Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. This Thousand Blades sect's Duan Wuzong was indeed a rare expert, and could be considered an outstanding existence among the group of peak nascent soul stage cultivators. It was normal to have this kind of arrogance and confidence. Unfortunately, the opponent was a peak early stage profound ascension expert and wouldn't fall for it. You don't think he's good? Hua Yudi couldn't help but ask curiously. In her opinion, This person's strength was very strong. Just as he had said, if they really fought, even if it wasn't a lose-lose situation, it would definitely cause Scarface a lot of trouble. If Scarface was afraid of him, he might really let him go. Of course. Scarface's group is small in number. They can only suppress so many people by relying on deterrence. If he sets a precedent, do you think so many people here will still be trembling in fear and not dare to move? Once the situation gets out of control, even with Scarface's strength, he won't be able to control it. Then he will completely fail as the Mountain King. Lin Yi analyzed. Then what will he do? Hua Yudi asked thoughtfully. Of course he will destroy this Duan Wuzong with lightning speed. As long as he can establish his power in one fell swoop, no one here will dare to resist him. They can only obediently let him plunder. Lin Yi smiled faintly. At the same time, he put himself aside. A peak early stage profound ascension expert was an unparalleled deterrent to others, but don't forget that he had killed a profound ascension expert a long time ago, and it was a one-hit kill. Before Lin Yi's voice fell, Scarface made a decision and laughed. Ha 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 ha, Laozi has occupied this place for so many years, and there really aren't many who dare to threaten Laozi. Surnamed Duan, you're a bit interesting, but unfortunately, you miscalculated. Threaten Laozi? Do you think Laozi is the kind of coward who is afraid of threats? After saying that, Scarface suddenly let out a long roar and immediately attacked. Duan Wuzong was shocked. He stood up not to fight Scarface, but simply to make the other party feel that he was not to be trifled with, so he retreated. Who would have thought that the other party would not even spare him a glance? Now that he was riding a tiger, he had no choice but to fight. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, a pile of divine weapons suddenly appeared on Duan Wuzong's body. All kinds of swords, spears, swords, halberds, everything needed. There were at least 13 of them, and no one knew how he carried them with him. They all floated around him, and the formation was quite astonishing. There was a sudden gasp of cold air. Although they had not officially fought, this Duan Wuzong was really strong. Looking at his posture, he could actually control 13 weapons at the same time. It was really incredible. If an ordinary expert fought against him, wouldn't they be beaten to death by these weapons in a matter of minutes? I've long heard that the Thousand Blades sect's martial techniques are unique. It is said that the stronger the Thousand Blades sect's disciple is, the more weapons they can control. When they reach the limit, it is even possible to achieve 1,000 blades at the same time. Seeing it today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Hua Yudi sighed. Hehe, it is indeed a bit interesting. Seeing this, Lin Yi could not help but be interested. He had seen many experts before, and there was no lack of all kinds of strange methods, but this was the first time he had seen someone who could control more than 10 weapons at the same time. I'll say it one last time. If you let me go, nothing will happen between us. Otherwise, when the situation becomes chaotic, and there are so many people here, the situation is not something you can control. Duan Wuzong still did not want to use weapons unless it was absolutely necessary. Although he had full confidence in his own strength, to say that he could really defeat an expert at the peak of the early stage of mysterious ascension was obviously a pipe dream. Chapter 4697. If they really fought, no matter how the situation developed in the end, as the opponent's first target, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. He was well aware of this point. So much bullshit. Scarface roared loudly, and the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying degree. His entire body seemed like an overlord that had descended into the world, and he instantly wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. The weather changed, and he sneered without end. You still want to mess up the situation? With this old man here, can the situation be messed up? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You asked for it. Duan Wuzong saw this and no longer hesitated. The murderous intent on his body intensified, and the 13 weapons floating in the air all made a sharp sound. He suddenly roared, 1,000 blades, return to me, one-line kill. Before he finished speaking, the 13 weapons howled at the same time, their speed instantly increasing to a point where it was hard to see with the naked eye. They formed a long snake and attacked Scarface. Their speed was fast, and their power was strong, causing everyone present to raise their eyebrows. Anyone could see that after these 13 weapons formed the one-line kill array, their power was not as simple as 1 plus 1. From the first to the 13th, as they broke through the opponent's defense step by step, the damage also increased. Anything in front of them would be pierced through. When faced with such a frightening attack, dodging was the only choice. However, just when everyone thought that this was the case, Scarface suddenly laughed loudly. He did not dodge or evade. Only when the 13 weapons came close to his body did he suddenly throw out a punch. In an instant, the sky changed color. Everyone could only faintly hear the roar of 10,000 beasts. Their eyes looked at the faint shadow that appeared on Scarface's body. It looked like a tiger, but also like a dragon. Dragon-tiger killing fist. Isn't this the legendary unyielding and ferocious fist technique? Yudi was shocked. This West Island trial really gathered the elites of all the islands. There were all kinds of experts. First, there was an expert from the Thousand Blade sect, and now there was a dragon-tiger killing fist. If they were placed outside, they would all be ruthless characters who could make a name for themselves. Previously, she had thought that this guy's foundation was insufficient. Now it seemed that it was not so simple. Those who could successfully cultivate the dragon-tiger killing fist were not easy to deal with. Unyielding and ferocious. When Lin Yi heard this, he couldn't help but become a bit more interested. He didn't know whether this legendary firm and fierce fist technique was better or worse than his mad flame thousand-bursting fist. Before he finished speaking, the two of them had already clashed head-on. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and the scene that unfolded in front of them made everyone's jaws drop in shock. A total of 13 divine weapons were penetrated from head to tail by Scarface's fist. All the weapons were destroyed on the spot, and as for Duan Wuzong, he had been sent flying by the shockwave of his punch. For a moment, it was impossible to find him, let alone know if he was dead or alive. The dragon-tiger slaughter fist truly lived up to its reputation. The entire place was deathly silent. Everyone was looking at each other and constantly rubbing their eyes, afraid that they were seeing things. The Thousand Blades sect's Duan Wuzong. Such a powerful expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm was killed in seconds. Who else? Scarface had a sinister and terrifying smile on his face. His ferocious gaze slowly swept across the faces of everyone present. Everyone who was swept by his gaze. No matter how unruly they were before, they couldn't help but lower their heads, trembling like a quail. They didn't dare to look him in the eye. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of spineless cowards. Scarface let out a maniacal laugh. He casually sat on a huge rock behind him and looked at everyone's eyes. His eyes were filled with disdain. Since no one dares to cause trouble, then hurry up and do things according to the rules. If there's anyone who doesn't obey, then kill them. No one dared to make a sound. Duan Wuzong's previous example was right in front of them. Although there were many nascent soul realm experts here, those that could match Duan Wuzong's strength were few and far between. If they dared to stand out now, they would definitely die without a complete corpse. What should we do? Yudi lightly pulled on Lin Yi's sleeves. Although her strength wasn't any weaker than Duan Wuzong, it wasn't that much stronger. Facing Scarface's dragon-tiger killing fist, she would definitely end up the same way. What to do now was up to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was just about to speak when there was a sudden commotion behind him. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw two figures slowly approaching. Lin Yi took a look and his lips curled into a playful smile. It wasn't anyone else but two of his old acquaintances, Xu Lingchong and Kang Mingming. Xu Lingchong didn't have much to say. Other than the fact that his temperament was getting colder and weirder, there wasn't anything special about him. At this moment, the focus of everyone's attention was Kang Mingming. This flashy guy with an AI armor and a laser cannon had already attracted a lot of attention before the trial started. Now, he was naturally the center of attention. Oh, so many people. It's quite lively, isn't it? Kang Mingming swaggered over arrogantly. Previously, because he was too weak, he could only pretend to be a coward. Now that he had obtained a set of super high-tech equipment, his entire person was like a salted fish that had turned over a new leaf. He had obviously become arrogant. Other than Shu Ling Chong, his immediate superior, the others, including the nascent soul stage experts, were simply not in his eyes. No matter where he went, he had an arrogant attitude. Suddenly seeing such a weird-looking guy, Scarface couldn't help but be stunned. Of course, he didn't recognize the laser cannon and the AI armor, but based on his beast-like intuition, he faintly felt some fear in his heart. Scarface didn't take the initiative to speak, so the quails that were scared by him naturally didn't dare to make a sound. At this time, a bald man standing behind Scarface stood up. This was a nascent soul stage expert. Among their group, his strength was only below Scarface. "Hey, that weird-looking kid, you want to go to the 10,000-year Grand Canyon? Come, hand over the heavenly treasures first. Let me see if it's enough. Otherwise, you'd better scram back to where you came from. Otherwise, you'd better not die here." The bald man sneered. "Oh, I was wondering what it was. So it's a mountain king collecting tolls here." Kang Ming Ming laughed indifferently. He was now relying on his super high-tech equipment to look down on others. Why would he put this kind of trash in his eyes? Just as he was about to unleash his power in front of so many people, he suddenly glanced at Lin Yi and Hua Yudi from the corner of his eye. Chapter 4698. Hehe, beauty, it looks like you're stuck here and can't get through, right? I've already told you, although the guy next to you looks decent, he's not reliable at all. He's a pretentious guy, but he's only good at acting tough when he has nothing to do. When it comes to important situations like this, he's useless. Kang Ming Ming proudly looked at Lin Yi with disdain. He couldn't wait to invite Hua Yudi again. "Beauty, come with me. As long as you follow me, you can go anywhere you want. No one can stop you." Lin Yi smiled speechlessly. Kang Ming Ming really didn't want to give up. He was rejected by Hua Yudi so many times, but he still had this idea. He was really persistent. "No need." Hua Yudi refused without thinking. Before, when she didn't know the depth of Lin Yi's strength, she didn't hesitate to choose to team up with Lin Yi, let alone now. Even if Lin Yi's unfathomable strength was not mentioned, she couldn't leave Lin Yi so easily just because of that embarrassing scene. It was even more impossible for her to follow Kang Ming Ming, who was obviously unreliable. Kang Jiaoming couldn't hold it in anymore. It wasn't easy for him to show off, but why was this hot body of a beauty so clueless? Other than acting cool, which part of him was inferior to Lin Yi in? "Haha, no one can stop you. You're so arrogant." The bald man on the other side sneered. "Your appearance is a bit strange, but it's a pity that you're just a joke. People don't even care about you, and you still have the nerve to brag here." "What did you say?" Kang Ming Ming was holding back a belly full of anger. When he heard that, he immediately turned to the bald man with an unfriendly expression. "I said you're a joke. You're really strange. Where did so many idiots who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth come from?" The bald man grinned hideously. After exchanging a glance with the scar-faced man, he immediately wanted to kill Kang Ming Ming. They were the only ones who had the final say in this territory. How could they allow this idiot to do whatever he wanted? However, just as he finished speaking, before he could even get into a stance, he suddenly felt a blinding white light flash past his eyes. At first, he did not feel anything strange, but then he felt an unbearable pain in his chest. The bald man looked down with difficulty and found a large hole in his chest. Bang! The bald man fell to the ground in a daze, although his breath hadn't been completely cut off. However, everyone knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. It was a miracle that he was still able to struggle at death's door for a while despite being so heavily injured. Everyone was shocked. Even Scarface, a ruthless expert at the peak of the early stage of the mysterious ascending realm, was looking at Kang Ming Ming with an unconcealable look of horror. He knew the bald man's strength. This guy had been with him for decades. His strength was definitely not weak among the experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage. At least, he was not weaker than Duan Wuzong from the Thousand Blades sect. However, he was killed in one move by this weird-looking kid. From beginning to end, he didn't even have a chance to make a move. Even he couldn't do this. What kind of god was this kid? True Qi manifestation? Someone around suddenly exclaimed. True Chi manifestation? Isn't that a magical power that only the legendary experts can do? That's not possible, right? Someone immediately questioned. Nonsense. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Can it be fake? This is the legendary True Chi manifestation. My goodness, we've met an expert this time, that person retorted. That's right. What kind of divine weapon is that? It can actually unleash true chi that can manifest. Isn't that too savage? The surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. Listening to the various discussions that these people made up on their own, Kang Mingming waved his hand proudly. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Yi and Hua Yudi. True chi manifestation, this was a good gimmick. Looking at Kang Mingming's proud attitude, Lin Yi was shocked. Listening to these discussions, he couldn't help but find it funny. True chi manifestation? If that was the case, his 5 elements murderous chi manifestation had indeed been achieved. However, he wasn't some legendary expert. He just comprehended this super martial skill that belonged to the 5 poison dragon from the remnant thoughts of the giant electric eel. As for Kang Mingming, he really didn't want to say anything. However, although this wasn't Kang Mingming's own ability, this laser cannon was really awesome. Even an expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm couldn't withstand one blow from him. This was a head-on battle. If this guy had the intention to hide and sneak up on people, the threat would be multiplied. No matter how fast he was, he wouldn't have a chance to react. It seemed that he really had to be careful in the future. I say, are all the people from the secular world so powerful? Is he also a personal disciple of some big shot in the North Island? Hua Yudi was stunned like everyone else. She really didn't think that Kang Mingming was strong before, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but believe it. Hey, this guy is useless. You don't have to pay attention to him. That's not his own strength at all. It's purely an external force. Lin Yi shook his head with a faint smile. External force? You mean his weird-shaped divine weapon? But the more powerful the divine weapon, the more powerful his own strength is to be able to control it, right? Hua Yudi was confused. For cultivators, it didn't mean that having a powerful divine weapon would be able to go against the natural order. They must have the strength to match it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to exert the power of the divine weapon at all. If they were not careful, they might even be backfired by the divine weapon and become the sacrifice of the sacrificial weapon. It's hard to explain in a few words. In short, that thing is a high-tech weapon in the secular world. No matter who gets that thing, as long as he knows how to operate it, he won't be bad. Even if he's just an ordinary person, he can kill a person at the peak of the nascent soul realm with one shot like he did. Lin Yi explained. Oh. It turns out to be a high-tech weapon. Hua Yudi nodded as if she understood. Suddenly, she added, this rich guy is really powerful. He even has this kind of thing. Puff. Lin Yi suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out that because of what he said, Kang Mingming had already been equated with a rich guy in this girl's eyes. Kang Jiaoming was still trying to please her again and again. If he knew that he was being treated as a dumbass, his expression would definitely be very interesting. Chapter 4699. How about it? Is there anyone else who wants to stop me? Kang Mingming looked at Scarface maliciously. He knew that the other party was a peak early stage profound ascension expert, but he had just killed a nascent soul perfection expert. At this time, he was bursting with confidence. He absolutely believed that with the power of the laser cannon, that Scarface would only end up the same. Everyone's eyes turned to Scarface. Scarface's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although his strength was the best in the field, after seeing the scene just now, he really felt a little guilty facing Kang Mingming. With the speed and power that the laser cannon showed just now, he couldn't find any way to deal with it. He was not a speed-type expert. If they really fought, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than the bald man. The other party was a terrifying killing weapon formed from true chi. With his flesh and blood, he really couldn't block it. Under the gaze of everyone, Scarface hesitated for a moment. He could only clench his teeth and said, "Okay, I cherish heroes. Seeing that you are strong enough, you can go over." Although Thousand Blades Sect's Duan Wuzong was also arrogant before, in his eyes, he was just a fart. A mere nascent soul perfection expert could be killed in seconds. But now, Kang Ming had turned the tables and killed a nascent soul perfection expert under him. This kind of powerful deterrence was not something that Duan Wuzong could compare with. If they fought, it would be best if both sides suffered, so he couldn't help but be afraid. Haha, at least you know what's good for you. Kang Jiaoming laughed arrogantly. He looked at Shu Lingchong beside him and the two of them swaggered over. As expected, Scarface and the others were scared silly by the scene just now. These cruel and ruthless outlaws didn't even dare to move a muscle in front of Kang Jiaoming. Looking at the backs of Kang Ming and Shu Lingchong swaggered over, the rest of the people looked at each other. Their faces all had an envious expression. Sure enough, no matter where you go, strength is the most important. Being strong was really awesome. Even the Mountain King could only choose to retreat. At this moment, a man and a woman suddenly walked out of the restless crowd. Looking at their strength, the man was a nascent soul late-stage expert. The woman, on the other hand, was only at the early nascent soul stage. This man and woman followed the footsteps of Kang Ming and Shu Lingchong. They did not even look at the scarred man. They gave people the feeling that they were Kang Ming's followers and wanted to fish in troubled waters. Stop. Scarface's expression suddenly became stern. Being stared at by his malicious gaze, the man and woman who had been hoping to get lucky immediately paled. Their legs involuntarily trembled violently, and they almost knelt on the spot. What are you doing? The man braced himself. He looked at Scarface with trepidation. You want to go there? Where are the heavenly treasures? Hand them all over. Otherwise, you should know very well what will happen to you. Scarface sneered. Ah! This. The man and woman immediately broke out in cold sweat. They hadn't gained anything in the desert for the past few days, so they didn't have any heavenly treasures on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk to muddle through. How could they satisfy Scarface? Not willing to take it out. Still can't take it out. You want to muddle through if you can't take out the heavenly treasures? Do you think I'm running a charity, or do you really think I'm blind? Scarface looked at them up and down. His gaze finally fell on the woman, and there was a bit more lust and greed in it. Ah! This. The man and woman were so scared that they almost peed their pants. For a moment, they were in a dilemma. They fiercely slapped their own mouths in their heart. They were so hot-headed that they took the risk out of desperation. This was simply too unlucky. However, without the heavenly treasures, it's not like I can't let you pass. Hee. Scarface suddenly changed the topic. He pointed at the woman and said, "The woman beside you is quite good. I want her." Ah! The man was shocked, and the woman who Scarface had his eyes on turned pale. Although her figure and appearance could only be considered above average, this woman was quite good at dressing up. However, this woman was quite good at dressing herself up. She managed to create an 80% effect with her good looks. No wonder Scarface had his eyes on her. What are? Hurry up and scram. Are you waiting for me to send you on your way? Scarface scolded fiercely. The man's face couldn't help turning green and white. He looked at his female companion who was looking at him with a pleading face, and then looked at the ferocious Scarface. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Well, a man doesn't need to worry about not having a wife. I'll give this woman to you as a toll fee." After that, regardless of the desperate wailing of his female companion and the discussion of the people present, the man turned his head and walked away. Soon, he disappeared into the entrance of the 10,000 Years Grand Canyon. Ha, you're really blind to follow this kind of scum. Well, you don't look like a native of West Island. I haven't eaten meat for decades. I'm lucky today. Scarface laughed. Although most of the people in the trial of West Island were women, he also knew that he didn't dare to do anything to them under normal circumstances. After all, this was the base camp of West Island. If the news really leaked out, the high-level officials of West Island would definitely have a way to kill him, and that would be a big loss. But now that this woman was not a disciple of West Island, there was nothing to be afraid of. When it came to women, the last time he touched a woman was a few decades ago. At that time, there happened to be a female cultivator who couldn't get out. Eventually, she fell into his hands. As a result, he and his underlings ravaged her to death. In a burst of exclamations from the crowd, accompanied by the helpless scream of the female cultivator, Scarface actually stripped her clothes in front of so many people and was about to eat her on the spot. Beast. Hua Yudi was also scared to the point that her beautiful face turned pale. She was a clean girl and had never seen such a scene. She quickly covered her eyes and didn't dare to look again. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Originally, he also thought that since Kang Ming had set a precedent, Scarface's prestige had been greatly reduced. Even if he didn't hand over the heaven materials and earth treasures, he should be able to pass. But now it seemed that he definitely couldn't. If he was the same as this man and woman, then Scarface would definitely ask him for Hua Yudi. No matter how he looked at it, even if she was wearing a veil, Hua Yudi's beauty was at least 10 times better than the female cultivator in the field. Even a normal man would not let her go, not to mention Scarface and his group of hungry desperados. It seemed that he had to do something today. Lin Yi shook his head lightly. Although Scarface was not a difficult character in his eyes, there were so many people present, and he didn't want to expose his strength in public. But now that the situation had developed to this point, it was probably unrealistic to want to pass in a low profile. Chapter 4700. The tone of his voice carried an obvious hint of fear. Lin Yi looked over and saw that it was actually Kang Ming who had turned back. It turned out that after he left with Xu Lingchong, he did not go far, but instead waited at the entrance of the 10,000-year Grand Canyon. Whoosh! Lin Yi thought for a moment and understood. This guy purposely stayed here and did not leave. He was most likely waiting to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself. Perhaps he still had not given up on Hua Yudi. At this moment, Kang Ming had suddenly returned. Scarface thought that he had taken a fancy to this female cultivator, and his heart suddenly became nervous. If this brat opened his mouth and wanted her, then what should he do? Should he fight or not? If he fought, the best result would be that both sides would be injured. At the very least, he would not be able to avoid the opponent's true chi technique. Perhaps he might not even be able to injure both sides. The result could be imagined. But if he did not fight, then wouldn't he lose all his prestige after retreating under the watchful eyes of so many people? How would he be able to collect the toll later? Just as Scarface was hesitating, Kang Jiaoming didn't even look at him. He walked right past him and said lightly, "Don't be nervous, this kind of ordinary makeup doesn't enter my eyes." Scarface was still in a daze, but Kang Jiaoming didn't even look at him. Of course, he would not have nothing better to do. In a situation where the other party had already retreated, he still took the initiative to provoke Scarface. He still wanted to keep this guy to humiliate Lin Yi, and was waiting to see a good joke. How could he bear to deal with Scarface at this time? This was a rare watchdog. Hearing Kang Ming's disdainful tone, Scarface's mouth involuntarily twitched. Although he was somewhat glad, when he looked at this female cultivator who had been stripped naked in front of everyone, he immediately lost his previous libido. After cursing, he casually threw the female cultivator to the side. The eyes of his subordinates immediately lit up, and they laughed strangely as they rushed forward, noisily dragging the female cultivator to an unknown place. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Kang Jiaoming walked up to Hua Yudi with large strides. He looked at Lin Yi with disdain, and then turned to Hua Yudi with a face full of politeness. "Beauty, you saw what happened just now. If you come with me, that Scarface won't dare touch a single hair on your body. But if you follow this pretentious old man, then you'll end up in a terrible state. With the previous example in front of you, anyone with a bit of wisdom would know what to do. Beauty, what do you say? I said it very clearly. I won't form a team with you. You should just give up on it." Hua Yudi refused again without saying anything. Her tone was obviously impatient, and she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Is there something wrong with this guy's head? I said it so many times, but he still asks." However, at the same time, Hua Yudi glanced at her opponent's high-tech equipment. She couldn't help but feel envious. If only she had something like that. Blast that scar-faced beast into the air. It seems like a beauty's judgment of people is really bad. I already said that this guy is just a pretentious leader who looks good but is useless, yet you still trust him so much. Does he really think he has that kind of strength? Kang Mingming's face darkened. He sneered at the two of them and said, "In that case, I won't say anything. You can stay here with this pretentious leader. You can leave now." Hu Yudi pouted. For a moment, she didn't know how to refute. After all, the scar-faced man on the other side was indeed ferocious, whether it was her or Lin Yi. However, if he wanted to obtain the Thunder Shen Ratan, he had to pass through the 10,000 Years Great Canyon. Now, he could not even enter the 10,000 Years Great Canyon. What could he do? Hu Yudi couldn't help but look at Lin Yi for help. However, she saw Lin Yi look at the arrogant Kang Mingming, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. "Who says we can't win? Let's go, let's go. The monkey show is over. It's quite interesting." After saying that, Lin Yi directly walked forward. His expression was leisurely and indifferent. He did not put the Mountain King in front of him in his eyes. The people beside him couldn't help but look at each other. What day was it today? All kinds of great gods appeared. Another person with a shocking tone, Hu Yudi, saw this and laughed. After glancing at Kang Mingming, she hurriedly followed Lin Yi's footsteps. Since Lin Yi was so confident, it meant that he could deal with that scar-faced man. What was there to worry about? Seeing that Lin Yi and Hu Yudi were getting closer and closer to him with a condescending attitude, the scar-faced man suddenly flew into a rage. He was the strongest early-stage profound ascension expert present. Previously, with the appearance of a strange freak like Kang Mingming, he was afraid to provoke him. That was fine. After all, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would damage some prestige. However, after that, not only did someone want to take advantage of the situation, there was actually someone who dared to say that he was going to leave after watching the show. Could it be that he, a dignified expert at the peak of the early stage of profound ascension, was just a monkey show in his eyes? Or was it that he was simply a monkey being played? "Brat, I want the beauty beside you. Hurry up and hand her over." The scar-faced man strode in front of Lin Yi and Hu Yudi. As he spoke with a face full of lust, he reached out his hand to touch Hu Yudi's body. Only now did he realize that this veiled woman was actually a rare beauty in this world. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi in front of him had already slapped him without saying a word. The scar-faced man saw this and immediately laughed in anger. Who did this brat think he was? It would be fine if he used all his strength to launch a sneak attack, but he actually wanted to slap him in front of everyone. Was this guy's brain a pile of shit? The scar-faced man subconsciously wanted to slap back with a sinister smile. His body flickered with the shadow of a dragon and tiger. He had already used the overbearing and fierce dragon-tiger killing fist. It was obvious that he wanted to take Lin Yi's head to establish his prestige. The power of the dragon-tiger killing fist was unquestionable. However, before the scar-faced man could completely attack, Lin Yi had already slapped him in the face. There was also a soul-stirring dragon roar. It was unknown when Lin Yi's hand had condensed a 5 elements killing chi. Pa. Accompanied by a crisp sound of flesh, the huge body of the scar-faced man was suddenly like a kite with a broken string. He was slapped away uncontrollably, directly flying more than 10 feet away. He couldn't get up for a long time. The whole audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone looked at Lin Yi with incomparable shock and horror. They were simply on the verge of worshipping him. Chapter 4701. He personally slapped Scarface away, and he did it in such an understated manner. With just one slap, he sent a person flying. What does this mean? Even if everyone was already dumbfounded, they could tell that this guy's strength was far above Scarface. Profound Ascension Middle Stage? Peak Profound Ascension Middle Stage? Or even stronger than this? This time, the West Island trial was indeed a place where the elites of all the islands were gathered. The various gods that emerged were really ruthless. However, this was obviously a mystic ascending stage master. How did he get in here? It couldn't be like Scarface, who was trapped here during the trial, right? Many people had already noticed Lin Yi before, This guy was clearly teleported in with them. Not only was everyone dumbfounded, even Hui Yudi, who was standing behind Lin Yi, couldn't help but cover her mouth, and her eyes were full of incredible shock. Even though she already knew that Lin Yi was unfathomable before this, and she had already overestimated Lin Yi's strength, she was still stunned at this time. Lin Yi was clearly only at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. How could he casually slap a peak of the early profound ascension stage? What was wrong with this world? On the other side, after Scarface was slapped away, he groaned on the ground for a long time before he dug himself out of the sunken ground. The side of his cheek that was slapped was swollen high, and it was as swollen as a basketball. Just a moment ago, he was still ferocious and powerful, but in the blink of an eye, he fell into such a sorry state. This huge contrast was really a little unacceptable. Scarface looked at Lin Yi with trepidation. When he saw Lin Yi's gaze sweeping over, he quickly shrank his head and pretended to be a grandson. Although he was very unwilling in his heart, since he was promoted to the profound ascension stage, he had never suffered such humiliation. This was simply unbearable. However, he was not stupid. He knew that the other party could send him flying with a casual slap. If they really wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be difficult at all. After being slapped in the face, Lin Fan was stunned. Scarface actually acted like a coward in front of everyone. This guy was a bit more tactful than Lin Yi expected. However, this wasn't a bad thing. Lin Yi didn't have any intention of killing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just slapped him lightly, but would have used his full strength. Although Scarface was indeed an abominable person, with all the atrocious crimes he had committed, no matter how many times he was killed, he deserved to die. However, Lin Yi had no intention of acting for the will of heaven. The cultivation world was a dog-eat-dog world. As long as he did not provoke Lin Yi, no matter what Scarface did, it had nothing to do with him. And the reason why he deliberately spared Scarface's life was actually because he had a deep consideration. The reason was very simple. Whether or not Scarface, that fiendish demon, was present at the door made no difference to him. But to the other trial challengers present, the difference was enormous. It was directly related to whether or not they could enter the 10,000-year Great Canyon. Although the Thunder Mystic Vine was not in the 10,000-year Great Canyon, if too many people entered, it might be a bad thing. But if he let too many people in, things might go awry. He didn't want to leave any hidden dangers for himself at this time. Therefore, he simply spared Scarface's life and let him continue to guard the door here to scare off the other cultivators. Kang Ming Ming looked at Lin Yi with a face full of resentment. This time, he had used the laser cannon with great difficulty to show off. In the end, this guy stole the limelight again. Was there any fucking justice in this world? He really couldn't swallow this anger. Kang Ming Ming angrily wanted to ridicule Lin Yi again. However, this time, before he could speak, Shu Lingchong suddenly kicked him from behind. He said impatiently, "Hurry up and get down to business. If you don't want to do it, then take off your armor." Ever since this operation plan was decided, this young Master Shu had not had much of a presence. From the beginning to the end, it was basically Kang Ming Ming who took the lead. But along the way, he more or less understood how to use this thing, and he was looking for a chance to try it. If Kang Ming Ming was not reliable, Shu Lingchong could destroy him in minutes. At worst, he would do it himself. Even if he could not marry Ning Xuefei, the princess of West Island, in the end, as long as he could ruin Lin Yi's plan, he would have achieved his goal. Everything else could be negotiated. Yes, please calm down, young Master Shu. Kang Ming Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. He could show off in front of others, but he would not dare to talk back in front of his immediate superior even if he had 10 guts. That would kill him. He, Kang Ming Ming, was not a fool. After glancing at Lin Yi fiercely, Kang Ming had to restrain his unwillingness in his heart. He did not dare to stay any longer and carefully followed Shu Lingchong away. What the hell are these two guys doing? Lin Yi looked at the backs of Shu Lingchong and Kang Ming Ming, and thoughtfully pinched his chin. Intuition told him that there must be a reason for these two to appear here, but he could not think of any clues at the moment. Maybe they were just like the others, simply to collect treasures in the 10,000 years Grand Canyon? What are you thinking about? Hua Yudi suddenly patted Lin Yi's back. After suppressing the shock in her heart, Lin Yi was still the same Lin Yi. With such a powerful teammate, she was already very confident about getting the Thunder Shen Vine this time. At this moment, she was even a little impatient. Oh, nothing. Lin Yi shook his head and turned his head to look at the scarred man who had just raised his head. The scarred man suddenly shivered again and immediately buried his head again, which was the complete opposite of his previous ferocious demeanor. Lin Yi could not help but laugh in his heart. After this guy suffered, it seemed that he was ready to pretend to be a grandson in front of him until the end. As a dignified early-stage profound ascension expert, he was quite tactful. No longer paying attention to the scarred man, Lin Yi immediately prepared to bring Hua Yudi to the 10,000 Years Grand Canyon. However, at the last moment when he turned his head, he suddenly caught a glimpse of two familiar figures, Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo. It seemed that the two of them had just arrived and were about to find someone to inquire about the situation. At this time, they also happened to see Lin Yi and Hua Yudi, and their faces immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "Come, you two come with me." Lin Yi waved at the two of them from afar. Of course, Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo would not refuse. Although they had not fully understood the situation, they knew from the atmosphere that this place was definitely not so easy to pass. Under the envious gazes of the others, Qi Wenhan and Hua Yudi quickly walked towards Lin Yi, while the scarred man and his group of followers, who were blocking between them and Lin Yi, hurriedly got out of the way as if they had seen a ghost, for fear of accidentally provoking Lin Yi. Chapter 4702. If this fiend was forced to make a move again, then they would not even know how they died. Not to mention that Scarface, a peak early-stage profound ascension expert, was sent flying with one move. Even Kang Ming, who looked equally ferocious and terrifying, did not dare to challenge Lin Yi, and could only run away with his tail between his legs. This scene had completely dispelled everyone's thoughts of resistance. They did not know that Xu Lingchong was impatient just now, and thought that he was purely afraid. Even if these followers were desperados, no one was willing to become cannon fodder, especially in this kind of situation where there was no hope. Even the boss Scarface could only pretend to be a grandson, so these subordinates naturally had to pretend even more, or else they would die in vain. After bringing Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo, Lin Yi glanced at everyone one last time, and then led the way into the 10,000-year Great Canyon under respectful gazes. As soon as Lin Yi and the others left, there were immediately people who wanted to follow them in. After all, Scarface had suffered a great loss this time, and could only pretend to be a grandson. For the others, there was no longer any deterrence to speak of. However, before that person could even walk halfway, Scarface abruptly smashed over with a Dragon Tiger Slaughter Fist, and it blasted that person to the point not even a trace of him remained on the spot. Scarface once again recovered his ferocious and terrifying appearance, and his methods were so brutal and ruthless that it caused the others to be unable to help but retreat in unison while feeling extremely astounded. "I will leave a sentence here. Either hand over enough heavenly treasures before entering, or wait for you to come back from inside, hand over half of your gains. You can choose one of the two methods. Don't blame me for not saying the ugly words first. Those who want to take advantage of the chaos to get away with it will die." Scarface roared with a sinister expression. According to his original plan, he was prepared to go back and forth according to the market, extorting these people once when they entered, and extorting them again when they were released. Or if the situation was good, he would simply kill them and take their treasures. This was a true business with no capital. But now he had suffered losses one after another. Especially after Lin Yi slapped him in the face, he'd completely wiped out the last bit of intimidation he had. With so many people glaring at him, if he didn't quickly set the tone, it would cause big trouble. Therefore, he had no choice but to take a step back and not force these people into a dead end. Humans were all like this. Once they had no other choice, they might fight to the death against a common enemy. However, once they were given hope, this resistance would immediately vanish. Even if there were one or two hotheads, at least most people would not take the risk out of desperation. Sure enough, Scarface's actions allowed him to regain control of the situation that had gone out of control. After the crowd heard his words, some of them thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. The first choice was obviously a trap, But the second choice wasn't impossible. Losing half of their forces was much better than searching for a needle in a haystack in the desert. There was a first one. Very quickly, there was a second and a third. Many people accepted Scarface's suggestion on the spot. Of course, there were also some people who felt it was unreliable after thinking about it. They turned around and left unwillingly. The 10,000-year canyon was good, but who knew if Scarface would change his mind and go back on his words? After passing through the small oasis, there was a huge and majestic canyon in front of them. An ancient and austere aura greeted them, causing them to tremble from the depths of their souls. This is the 10,000-year canyon. It looks like a place of dragons and tigers. There should be a lot of heavenly treasures here. Lin Yi looked at the scene in front of him and nodded. Not all parts of the canyon were covered with oases. Although this huge canyon wasn't completely covered with oases, all kinds of plants could be seen everywhere. It was far more lively than the desert outside. Moreover, the spiritual energy was also quite abundant, making people feel refreshed. Yes. But it's still 100 times more dangerous than the outside. You have to be careful with every step, or you'll die. Hui Yudi reminded them. Ian, the benefits are always proportional to the risks. Brother Qi, Miss Xia, you have to be careful. Don't just focus on your sweet feelings. Lin Yi looked at the two mischievously. Being teased like this, Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo's faces immediately turned red. After the previous storm, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. Right now, they were even holding hands. It was obvious that the good deed had been accomplished. Brother Ling, you guys have to be careful too. We'll be leaving first. Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo secretly looked at each other, then immediately said goodbye to Lin Yi. The two of them were at a time when their relationship was rapidly heating up. They only had eyes for each other, and couldn't wait to continue their world together. Okay, when you guys come back, if that Scarface is still obstructing you, then wait for me here. Lin Yi smiled. Although he said this, he didn't think that Scarface was an idiot. Based on the style he had displayed before, he would eat anything that he could, and wouldn't let go until the bones were completely crushed. But if he met someone he couldn't handle, he would be very tactful, and would directly act like a coward, without the slightest bit of resistance. From a certain point of view, this Scarface could be considered a person who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Of course, to put it in another way, it would be called bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Ian, I understand. Brother Qi, Miss Hua, I'll see you later. Qi Wenhan cupped his hands towards the two of them, then immediately turned around and left with Xia Luoluo. After watching the two of them leave, Lin Yi turned to look at Hui Yudi and said, "Where do we go next? Is there a shortest route?" Of course there is. Although it's a canyon that leads to the end, this 10,000-year canyon is several hundred miles wide, and there are many places that you absolutely can't step into. If you don't set a good route, you'll have to take many wrong turns, and it's also very dangerous. Hui Yudi said. Okay, then where do we go now? Lin Yi asked. Over there. Hui Yudi pointed to the right, and suddenly became excited. She said with a face full of happiness, "There's a spring there, I want to take a good bath." Hey! Lin Yi was speechless. Although it was a bit of a waste of time, she was still a girl, and she always had some privileges. After being covered in dust for so long, it was normal for her to want to take a bath. He could only nod and say, "Then let's go there. But time is limited, don't take too long." Got it. Hui Yudi exclaimed with joy. Then like a fairy, she cheered and flew in the direction of the spring. Chapter 4703. Sure enough, Hui Yudi quickly found a clear spring behind the towering rock in front of her. The spring water was extremely clear and pure, and it was overflowing with spiritual energy. Even drinking it would make one feel refreshed, not to mention jumping into it to take a bath. It was definitely a rare enjoyment in the world. Hui Yudi wanted to jump in impatiently, but when she turned around and saw Lin Yi, she immediately blushed and said shyly, You're not allowed to peek. I'll just guard here, alright? I won't look even if you beat me to death." Lin Yi spread his hands and turned around to lean against the big rock. Anyway, with the big rock in the way, he wouldn't be able to see it even if he wanted to. "You won't look even if you beat me to death?" Am I that bad? Hua Yudi muttered with some dissatisfaction. Pu. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's going on with this girl? Does she want me to look or not? Hua Yudi muttered a few words in a low voice. Seeing that Lin Yi really didn't move, she turned around and walked towards the spring. Her expression seemed to be a little relieved, but also a little disappointed. No one knew what she was thinking in her mind. But before she actually walked in, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. Impressively, some of the other challengers who came later also discovered the spring here, and couldn't help but gather here. Hua Yudi, who was originally full of joy, suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. Most of these people were male cultivators, and she was a girl. With so many people coming at once, how could she take a bath? It wasn't easy for her to find a spring like this, and her heart was filled with reluctance. But if she didn't leave, she wouldn't be able to bathe here. Hua Yudi was in a dilemma, and could only look at Lin Yi pitifully. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly and gave her a reassuring look. Then, he looked at the noisy newcomers with a cold gaze. His tone was indifferent as he said, "I'm taking this place." When everyone heard this, they looked at each other before turning around and leaving without any hesitation. They didn't hesitate at all. Of course, the clear spring water made people happy, but compared to their lives, this little bit of happiness was nothing. Lin Yi was a ferocious god that could even send a peak early stage profound ascension expert flying with a slap. Killing them was as easy as moving a finger. Who would dare to provoke such a ruthless person? In the blink of an eye, this group of people also fled for their lives. Hua Yudi saw this scene and immediately pursed her lips into a smile. Seeing how overbearing Lin Yi was, she didn't know why, but she was actually very happy in her heart. Although they were both morning geniuses, she was completely different from Yao Jieli. She was definitely not a domineering person. However, it was nice to enjoy the feeling of being domineering occasionally, especially at a time like this. Go wash it. With me here, no one will dare to come over. Lin Yi said faintly. The boulder behind him couldn't block the entire spring, but it could block a large part of it. Furthermore, there was a depression inside that Hua Yudi could hide in. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about being seen. Oh. Hua Yudi blushed and nodded. She immediately waded through the shallow spring water. She tiptoed and turned behind the rock. As for Lin Yi, he was like a door god, standing there with his arms crossed. The other challengers that came one after another looked from afar. Needless to say, they didn't dare to come over. This kind of ruthless person should be kept as far away as possible. They must not provoke him. Otherwise, no matter how many lives they had, it wouldn't be enough to kill them. Even if there were a few courageous people who wanted to come over to take a look, with a glance from Lin Yi, they immediately didn't dare to move. They turned and ran as if they were running for their lives, not daring to have the slightest thought. This was the effect that Lin Yi wanted. He didn't have the mood to waste time with these irrelevant people. While standing guard outside for Hua Yudi, he simply sat down and cultivated. After all, a woman's bath was always very troublesome. He didn't know how long it would take. As long as he constantly released his divine sense, he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi suddenly heard Hua Yudi call his name. He couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter? Do you have clothes?" Hua Yudi asked hesitantly. "Clothes? What clothes?" Lin Yi was somewhat puzzled. "Aya, it's my clothes that haven't been washed yet. I'm asking if you have any clothes that I can wear." Hua Yudi's tone was unexpectedly a bit coquettish. After she reacted, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Except for her master, who was both a master and a mother, she had never used this tone to speak to outsiders. Lin Yi was speechless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he helplessly shook his head and said, "This is the wilderness, where can I find clothes that you can wear? Use your true qi to dry them." Hua Yudi hesitated for a moment, and then said in a weak tone, "This is the 10,000-year Grand Canyon. I can't waste my energy on this kind of thing. I saw that you can casually take out pastries, so I wanted to ask if you have any clothes from the secular world, Ian? What kind of logic is this?" Lin Yi froze at the question. If she could take out pastries, she could take out clothes, and clothes from the common world. This girl's logic was truly unimaginable, making it impossible to follow up on her lies. But thinking about it, of course, he didn't have ancient clothes for the women of Heaven Stage Island, but he did have clothes from the secular world. Before he left the secular world, Wu Chentian prepared a lot of things for him, including some new clothes for his female friends on Heaven Stage Island. There were all kinds of styles, and even if he used them to open a women's clothing store, it wouldn't be a problem. Lin Yi roughly considered the figures of the women, and after thinking about it, he finally felt that although this girl's figure was a little hotter than Tian Chan's, it was roughly the same. So he buried his head in the jade space for a while and finally found a set of denim sportswear. There really is something that you can wear, but how do I give it to you? Lin Yi asked. Why don't you throw it over? Hu Yudi suggested. Throw it over. Then wouldn't it be thrown into the water? Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly. Then. Hu Yudi was obviously a little hesitant, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and said, why don't you come over and put it on the side? I go over. Lin Yi was stunned. This girl was so open, and she would let him in when she was bathing? It didn't seem like it. After interacting with her for the past few days, although she was a little unpredictable, and they had that kind of awkward and ambiguous encounter before, overall, he felt that this girl was quite conservative. Even if she didn't view the barrier between men and women as more important than her life, it was definitely not dispensable. Chapter 4704. All right then. Since she had already said so, Lin Yi, as a man, of course, had nothing to be shy about. He immediately took the clothes and walked in. Bypassing the rock, this was the first time he saw the full view of the spring. It was clear and slightly cool, with a layer of white mist. It gave off the feeling of a paradise on earth. At this moment, Hu Yudi was curled up in the depression behind the rock. Her whole body was carefully curled up in the water, leaving only her head above the water. She looked at Lin Yi with a blushing face. Because she was bathing, Hu Yudi was naturally not wearing a veil at this moment. This was the first time Lin Yi saw her face. Even though he was used to seeing stunning beauties around him, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel as if he was struck by lightning when he suddenly saw this beautiful face. There were only 8 words left in his mind: white as jade, beautiful and flawless. No wonder this chick had to wear a veil. Otherwise, with her appearance, coupled with that seductive and hot body, she would definitely have endless troubles when she came out to train. She could be snatched away at any moment to be the wife of a bandit. Looking at this scene in front of him, Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Her appearance was only one of the reasons why he was stunned, but the more seductive part was still below. Although Hu Yudi's whole body was hidden under the water, the spring water was after all so clear that the bottom could be seen. Without the layer of white mist above, nothing could be hidden at all. However, even with this layer of mist, with Lin Yi's eyesight, he could still vaguely see some of the scenery under the water. If Hu Yudi didn't happen to be hiding in the depression of the rock, and the lower half of her body was blocked by the rock, Lin Yi even suspected that he would have a nosebleed. In fact, at this moment, just looking at Hu Yudi's pure and beautiful face and the creamy white skin on her neck, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little unable to control himself. Especially the indistinct scene below the neck, it gave people endless imagination. If it was any other man with poor willpower, he would have probably jumped down in a fit of beastly rage. What clothes are these? Hu Yudi was a little shy, especially when Lin Yi came in. She almost wanted to hide, but when she saw the clothes in Lin Yi's hands, his eyes immediately lit up. Women had always been very sensitive to things like clothes. Even if she had never seen clothes from the secular world, she could still easily distinguish between good and bad. You'll know when you put it on. Lin Yi smiled a little unnaturally. Out of a man's instinctive physiological reaction, he couldn't act naturally in this situation at all. After putting the clothes in his hands on the stone beside him, he immediately retreated. Oh! Hu Yudi's eyes lit up as she looked at the set of denim sportswear. She didn't wait for Lin Yi to completely exit before she eagerly drilled out of the water and rushed over like a little girl. In that instant, it was a beautiful scene of hibiscus emerging from clear water. This caused Lin Yi to stagger, and his entire person was stunned on the spot. It was only when Huoyudi herself reacted that Lin Yi hurriedly retreated with a blushing face. His mind was muddled, and it was filled with the scene from a moment ago. Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts lingering in his mind, Lin Yi waited outside for a long time before he heard the sound of Huoyudi coming out of the water. This was followed by the rustling sound of clothes, which made Lin Yi couldn't help but let his imagination run wild again. After all, the scene from a moment ago was really lingering in his mind. After a while, when Lin Yi involuntarily went astray, a beautiful and refined figure suddenly appeared in front of him. An elegant and refined figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Huoyudi, who had just finished changing her clothes. "What? You don't recognize me?" Seeing that Lin Yi was staring at her, Huoyudi couldn't help but whisper with a blushing face, but she didn't know why she felt a little happy in her heart. She even deliberately turned around in front of Lin Yi, pursed her lips and asked, "Do I look good in this?" "Yes." Lin Yi nodded. Huoyudi's beauty was extremely rare. Previously, she was wearing an ancient costume and a veil. Her whole body was covered tightly from head to toe, but it still gave people a very attractive aesthetic feeling. However, now that she had changed into a denim sportswear, it outlined her beautiful figure even more exquisite and well-proportioned. Her very slim figure was 120% seductive. Coupled with her youthful and beautiful face, she was simply a very beautiful woman in the secular world. To be honest, looking at the current Huoyudi, Lin Yi couldn't help but have a feeling that it was a lifetime ago. Since coming to Heaven Stage Island, he had never seen a beauty dressed like this. Even Han Jingjing and the others also wore ancient costumes when in Rome. He didn't expect to experience this long-lost feeling from this East Continent chick. It had to be said that this chick was really in tune with the secular world. At least if she wore this dress and walked around in the secular world, no one would be able to see through her origins. They would only think that she was born and raised in the secular world. Looking at Lin Yi's expression of being unable to extricate himself, Huoyudi was not angry. Instead, she was shy and a little proud. Along the way, Lin Yi didn't show the slightest bit of covetousness, which made her a little lacking in self-confidence. But now she finally regained her self-confidence. It seemed that she was not completely unattractive to this guy. "Hey, do you want to go in and take a bath?" Huoyudi asked with her mouth pouting. "Oh, there's no need." Lin Yi heard her words and shook his head faintly. His mind suddenly regained its clarity. When he looked at Huoyudi again, his gaze no longer had the lust from before. Taking a bath was like eating. It was not necessary for high-level practitioners. It could only be regarded as a natural habit. Even after a few days of travel in the desert, Lin Yi could use his qi to clean himself with just a thought. Only a girl like Huoyudi, who was obsessed with cleanliness, would want to take a bath. Huoyudi pouted and looked at Lin Yi up and down with a strange look. There seemed to be a bit of regret in her eyes. Lin Yi was stunned by her look. He didn't know what this chick was thinking in her head. He could only say, "Let's get ready to go. Don't you plan to wear a veil?" "Ah!" Huoyudi was startled. Only then did she remember that she didn't wear a veil. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. Didn't that mean that her appearance was clearly seen by the other party? Looking at Huoyudi hurriedly putting on a veil, Lin Yi couldn't help but be speechless. It turned out that this chick didn't realize this from the beginning to the end. Once again on the road, the atmosphere between the two of them became a little strange for some reason. It was just like after the awkward scene before. Huoyudi's face was red and she lowered her head in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking about. In any case, she was silent and didn't say a word. Chapter 4705. He could see that she was a little out of sorts, and the 10,000-year canyon was obviously different from the desert outside. It was full of vitality, which often meant danger, and he had to be on guard. Just like the humanoid vine, it might look like an ordinary vine on the outside, but it would become a ferocious and terrifying monster in this place. Every step here had to be careful, and it was very dangerous to be distracted like Huoyudi. But it was also thanks to Lin Yi keeping an eye on them from behind, noticing the slightest movement. They were able to avoid those hidden threats a couple of times. Otherwise, with Huoyudi's current confused state, even if she was lucky enough not to die, she would have wasted a lot of time. Although there might not be no gains, at least there would be no thunder Shen Vine. Walking behind Hua Yudi, facing such a seductive beauty, any man would unconsciously glance at her, and Lin Yi was no exception. He thought that after Hua Yudi changed into such a sexy denim sportswear, she would attract some unnecessary trouble. After all, there were countless perverts like Kang Ming. However, to his surprise, perhaps because the route he had chosen was relatively remote, he did not encounter anyone along the way. It was rare for him to meet one or two people, but when they saw a demon like him, they instinctively hid far away. Who would dare to come up and cause trouble? After walking like this for about 2 hours, a towering mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin Yi was shocked. He thought that the 10,000-year canyon was a flat plain. He did not expect there to be a mountain in the canyon. Although it could not be compared to the mountains on both sides of the canyon, the pressure of the mountain in front of them was not small. It almost occupied most of the 10,000-year canyon, leaving only a narrow path on the left. Hua Yudi took out the map and looked at it. Without saying anything, she walked in the direction of the narrow path on the left. It seemed that she was going to go around the mountain in front of them. However, Lin Yi did not move. Suddenly, he stopped and asked thoughtfully, "What is that?" "Ah!" Hua Yudi was stunned. She turned around and saw Lin Yi staring at the mountain on the right. Her expression tightened and she said, "That is Tiandao Mountain." Tiandao Mountain? Lin Yi looked into the distance. He didn't know why, but there was an inexplicable obsession in his mind that made him want to get closer, as if something was calling him. He immediately said, "Let's go and take a look." "No. Don't go." Hua Yudi hurriedly cried out in alarm. What happened? Lin Yi looked at her reaction with a strange expression. He didn't know why this girl had been silent the whole way, but why was she so excited when she heard that they were going to Heavenly Dao Mountain? "I can't go. You must not go." Hua Yudi shook her head in horror. She looked at Lin Yi with pleading eyes and said, "Listen to me, let's go around the small path on the left, okay? Although it's also very dangerous, and we'll definitely encounter some terrifying existences on the way, it's much safer than going to Tiandao Mountain." "Why?" Lin Yi frowned slightly. The obsession in the unseen world became stronger and stronger. Although he could still restrain it with his willpower, if it were someone else, they would not be able to control it. Perhaps they would have already walked over involuntarily. Tiandao Mountain is the only place that Master warned me not to go near. Hua Yudi looked at Tiandao Mountain in the distance with a serious expression and said slowly, "You also know that this is the primordial battlefield. Then do you know where the core of the trial is?" "Oh, could it be Tiandao Mountain?" Lin Yi's eyelid twitched. "That's right. Tiandao Mountain is the core of the primordial battlefield. Legend has it that the strongest existences of the primordial era fought here. As for the other places, they are at most the stands of the primordial battlefield." Hua Yudi's face was filled with awe. She paused and said, "Do you know how this 10,000-year canyon came to be?" "How did it come to be?" Lin Yi asked. Originally, this place was level with the outside world, and there was no canyon at all. However, after an earth-shattering battle, the entire foundation below was smashed and collapsed, resulting in the 10,000-year canyon. Only the Tiandao Mountain under the feet of those peak existences was not directly smashed because it was protected by their aura. Instead, it sank together and became what it is today. Of course, this is only a legend. Whether it is true or not, there is no way to verify it. Hua Yudi said. "If it is true, then the people who fought here are really extraordinary." Lin Yi looked at the surrounding 10,000-year canyon and exclaimed. Carefully sensing it, he could feel the remnant aura of the array that was everywhere. This aura was so ancient that it had merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all. It was very likely that it was passed down from the primordial era. For a mere remnant aura to remain here, it was evident how powerful the array was. However, even with the protection of such a powerful array, this place was still blasted into the 10,000-year canyon. The strength of the instigators was evident. However, after listening to Hua Yudi, not only did Lin Yi not have any intention of retreating, but he also wanted to go to Tiandao Mountain to take a look. This was the core of the trial, the primordial land. If he just went around like this, wouldn't it be too regretful? Looking at Lin Yi's eager expression, Hua Yudi's eyes became more and more worried. She suddenly asked, "Is it because you really want to go over and take a look? It seems like something is attracting you." "How do you know?" Lin Yi was shocked. "It's not only you. According to the information my master got from the higher-ups of West Island, in fact, many people will be like this when they arrive here. They will unconsciously get closer to Tiandao Mountain. Every time the trial opens, many people will go there. However, after that, most people never return." Hua Yudi looked at Tiandao Mountain from afar. There was some fear between her eyebrows, but there was also a faint yearning. If it wasn't for her master repeatedly reminding her not to get close to Tiandao Mountain, she might have already gone there like the others. If I didn't guess wrong, Tiandao Mountain is probably the legendary place where you can get the primordial era's inheritance, right? Lin Yi frowned slightly. Chapter 4706. I think so too, but it's because of this that it's very dangerous. Laro Ari, Hua Yudi nodded and looked worriedly at Lin Yi. Although the ancient inheritance is tempting, it's definitely not a joke. Even if you're lucky enough to encounter it, according to my master, it might not be a good thing. It's very likely that you'll lose your life. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people trapped here every time. Even so, I still want to go and take a look. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said. He wasn't someone who would be easily confused or swayed. Not only was his divine sense strong, but more importantly, his willpower was strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until he escaped from the hands of the West Mountain Old Master. This time, he was very sure that the heavenly Dao Mountain in front of him was the place he wanted to go. He didn't know why, but he had to go. This. Hua Yudi looked strangely at Lin Yi and couldn't help but feel awkward. She said so much, but in the end, she still couldn't persuade Lin Yi. Although they were temporary partners, this kind of thing could only be decided by Lin Yi himself. Other than that, it was useless no matter what she said. Why don't you wait for me here? Lin Yi thought for a moment and said. This suggestion actually made him feel a little ashamed. After all, he said he would go with Hua Yudi to find the Thunder Shen Vine, but he had to go to the heavenly Dao Mountain halfway. Not only would it be a waste of time, the key was that he might not be able to return. This was equivalent to standing Hua Yudi up. All right, I'll go with you. Hua Yudi suddenly said. You're going too? How can that be? This unexpected sentence immediately gave Lin Yi a big fright. If he let her accompany him, then he might cause her to lose her life. Lin Yi couldn't afford that. Why not? You can go, but I can't. What kind of logic is that? Hua Yudi rolled her eyes at him. She said so much just now not only to persuade Lin Yi, but also to persuade herself because she also had this inexplicable impulse in her heart. Now that she couldn't persuade Lin Yi, she couldn't get the Thunder Shen Vine by herself. He might as well follow them to Heaven Path Mountain to take a look. Anyways, he might not die. Ah! Lin Yi was speechless. He looked deeply at Hua Yudi and nodded. All right, let's go together. Be careful. En. Hua Yudi nodded heavily. After the two of them made up their minds, they immediately changed their route and headed towards the heavenly Dao Mountain. As they got closer and closer, both Lin Yi and Hua Yudi couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling of amazement. It was fine when they were far away. Even though they knew that this was the Heavenly Path Mountain, there wasn't anything special about it from afar. But now that they were closer, the scenery was vastly different from before. This Heavenly Dao Mountain was far more dilapidated than what he had seen before. It was even in a precarious situation. If it wasn't for the side of the 10,000-year canyon's cliff, it might have already collapsed. That was not the strangest part. What was truly terrifying was that the surroundings of this heavenly Dao Mountain were actually enveloped by a blood-red mist. He had roamed the South Continent for so long. Lin Yi had seen sea mist, miasma, and the like, but this was the first time he had seen this blood-red mist. He thought that this was an ancient battlefield, where countless powerful ancient beings were buried. Normal people would subconsciously associate this blood-red mist with blood, but there was no smell of blood here. After such a long time, it would be normal even if the smell of blood had disappeared. In fact, If there was still the smell of blood now, it would really be strange. But for some reason, this blood-red mist made Lin Yi subconsciously think of the scene he had seen before. The blood-red moon. Not to mention anything else, at least this blood-red mist that enveloped the heavenly Dao mountain was exactly the same as the blood-red mist that enveloped the waning moon. It was very likely that they were the same thing, but there was no way to verify it. Suppressing the bewilderment in his heart, at this moment, whether it was Lin Yi or Hua Yudi, the inexplicable impulse in their hearts was more than 100 times stronger than before. It was almost as if it was urging them to move forward without stopping. If their footsteps were slightly slower, it would heavily hammer their hearts, causing them to subconsciously speed up their footsteps. Lin Yi himself was still fine, and his mind was still as clear as before. But Hua Yudi's gaze was a little dazed. At the beginning, she was still carefully following behind Lin Yi, but now, she had impressively passed by Lin Yi and was walking forward quickly. Seeing that Hua Yudi's footsteps were getting faster and faster, and she was even gradually trotting, Lin Yi's heart was shocked, and he hurriedly wanted to catch up to her. After all, this feeling was really not right, and he was even a little regretful. If anything happened to Hua Yudi here, he would definitely not be able to absolve himself from the blame. The blood-red fog was close at hand, and Lin Yi hurriedly sped up his footsteps to catch up. But before he could pull Hua Yudi back, her figure suddenly dashed forward, and she actually used her martial arts technique with all her might. In just a moment, she had dashed into the blood-red fog. Lin Yi was stunned, and in the next moment, he had already chased after her. Then, his body suddenly trembled, and before he could clearly see the scene in front of him, a powerful torrent of consciousness had already surged over, and incomparably messy images quickly flashed through his mind. This scene was familiar, and when he first encountered the remnant of the giant electric eel's obsession, so many memory fragments suddenly surged into his mind. He did not expect to encounter such a thing again today. Especially when these countless memory fragments were combined together, the sequence of events gradually became clear, and the scene in his mind shocked Lin Yi even more. It was really the giant electric eel. Originally, he was still worried about Hua Yudi's condition, but after seeing the giant electric eel, Lin Yi's entire body suddenly froze in shock, and his entire mind involuntarily immersed in the memory fragments in his mind, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, he finally understood that the thing that had previously attracted him to this place was probably the obsession of this giant electric eel, and it had formed a resonance with the remnant obsession in his mind. Lin Yi did not know if this giant electric eel at this moment would be the same one he had encountered before, because it was almost the same size, and it was difficult to distinguish from its appearance. But at least one thing was certain: there must be a connection between him and this giant electric eel. After a moment, the huge and messy memory fragments that had merged into Lin Yi's mind finally merged into one, and accompanied by the ancient and wild aura that assaulted his face, the scene slowly unfolded. The location was still at this heavenly mountain, but looking around, all the mountains looked small, and all the places that entered his eyes were extremely familiar scenes of the desert, but there was no such thing as this 10,000-year-old canyon. Chapter 4707. When the memory fragment appeared, it was already dark. When he saw the scene in the sky, Lin Yi's pupils shrank, and his heart skipped a beat. Blood-colored crescent. He saw the blood-colored crescent again. Previously, Lin Yi only knew that the blood-colored crescent was an inauspicious sign, so he didn't take it to heart. But now that he saw it again in the memory fragment, especially when he realized that the blood-colored mist that enveloped Qiandao Mountain was exactly the same as the one in the sky, this feeling suddenly became a little subtle. Somehow, intuition told Lin Yi that this might be an omen, an extraordinary omen. Returning to the ground, when he saw the scene at the peak of Qiandao Mountain clearly, Lin Yi's eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. Except for the empty space in the middle, there was a dense group of existences gathered around it. Among them were human cultivators, spirit beasts, and even the shadows of super sea beasts. All of them were majestic and powerful, and among them was the giant electric eel. But for some reason, among these powerful beings, the giant electric eel seemed to be a very small existence. These terrifying existences formed a circle from a distance, and they were all wary of each other. All of them stared nervously at the empty space in the middle, and no one knew what they were waiting for. The memory fragment was not complete. After an unknown period of time, the scene suddenly flashed, and when it became clear again, it was a horrifying scene from hell. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere, and fierce battles were happening in the sky and on the ground. Humans against humans, humans against spirit beasts against sea beasts against sea beasts. It was an unparalleled super chaotic battle. It was impossible to tell who was friend and who was enemy. Perhaps they were fighting side by side a moment ago, but in the next moment, they would immediately kill each other from behind. All of the existences were killing like crazy, and they would not stop until they were dead. It was unknown when this terrifying chaotic battle began, and it was also unknown where it would end, but from the scene at the beginning, from the beginning of the memory fragment, Lin Yi could vaguely guess that they were probably fighting for something. Something that could make so many powerful beings fall into a frenzy was certainly not something in the mortal world. It was just that he didn't know what it was. The empty space in the middle had long been unrecognizable, and it was a mess. He didn't know what had happened there, or if there was nothing there at all. If the memory fragment was complete, he should be able to see it clearly, but unfortunately, it was incomplete. In a chaotic battle, it was either you die or I live. Watching one after another fall, Lin Yi could not help but swallow his saliva. He was completely shocked by the doomsday scene. Before this, the highest level of battle that Lin Yi had ever seen was the battle between the 5 Poisons Flood Dragon and the giant electric eel. Both were super existences that were at least above the sea-splitting stage. In anyone's eyes, this was already a pinnacle battle, but that battle was nothing compared to the scene in his mind. And in the entire super chaotic battle, the focus of Lin Yi's attention was unconsciously focused on the giant electric eel. There was always an inexplicable origin that connected them together. Its huge body constantly drew deep purple electric arcs, and the giant electric eel wandered in the chaotic battlefield, waiting for a target to be targeted. Basically, whether it was humans, spirit beasts, or sea beasts, as long as they were struck by this deep purple electric arc, they would die on the spot without any suspense. In the end, there was only the same ending, being swallowed by the giant electric eel. Others might not know, but for the giant electric eel, this place had obviously become an excellent hunting ground. Usually, ambushing for 100 years would not be able to encounter a top-quality prey, especially an existence that had reached the sea-splitting stage. But now, there were many of them everywhere. In particular, its deep purple electric arcs were extremely lethal, and they arrived in an instant, not giving people a chance to react at all. This place was simply a place for it to take whatever it wanted. However, after the giant electric eel ate more than a dozen prey in succession, the situation finally changed. A human cultivator with a giant sword on his back stared at it, and a huge overwhelming pressure followed. Before, he could be so relaxed because of the sneak attack, but now it was different. After realizing the crisis, the giant electric eel shot a deep purple electric arc that was as thick as a bucket. Not only was it instantaneous, but it was also close to the speed of light. Unless one could predict the future and make a prediction, this move could not be avoided at all. One could only take it head-on. The human expert did not dodge, and let the deep purple electric arc hit his body. However, his real chi shield flashed and blocked it. Then he pulled out the giant sword on his back, and with a sudden slash, a terrible sword chi blasted on the head of the giant electric eel. The whole process did not even have a flight trajectory, and it was even more untraceable than the deep purple electric arc. After being hit on the head by this invincible sword chi, the giant electric eel suddenly suffered a loss, and a shallow sword mark was left on its head. Although this was not a serious injury, it still aroused its fierceness. With a low roar, the deep purple electric arc spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, there was nothing strange. It seemed that it simply dissipated into the air. The human expert looked at this scene with some fear. However, before he could react, a deep purple lightning that was almost black suddenly fell from the sky, and instantly penetrated his real chi shield. With just this, a super expert above the sea-splitting stage was directly smashed into charcoal. Lin Yi looked at this amazing scene and was completely stunned. He had already experienced the horror of the giant electric eel. Back then, he had fought with the 5 Poisons Flood Dragon at the bottom of the sea. There was no doubt that its strength was terrible. However, everything was far less shocking than this. A black lightning falling from the sky and killing an existence of the same level was simply the legendary heaven's punishment. To be precise, this was probably much more terrible than the heaven's punishment. At least, no matter how powerful the heaven's punishment was, it was impossible to kill a sea-splitting stage expert in one fell swoop, let alone an existence above them. After the black lightning killed the human expert, the giant electric eel did not stay idle, because at this moment, another 3 existences of the same level were staring at it. The woman in white who was playing the zither on the ground, the 9-headed ancient snake demon, and an unknown super sea beast. Each of them was an existence above the sea-splitting stage. At this moment, because of the movement just now, they were staring at the giant electric eel. Perhaps because of fear, the 3 of them chose to join forces to besiege it. Chapter 4708. The giant electric eel was severely injured in an instant, but it did not fall. Instead, it let out a ferocious roar and shrouded the entire area with an electric field again. However, this time, it wasn't just one bolt of black lightning that fell from the sky. Instead, there were dozens of them, plowing through the entire Heaven Dow mountain. The primordial battlefield, which was already filled with wretched souls, was now filled with corpses. At the same time that the black lightning destroyed the world, Lin Yi's body suddenly trembled. Maybe it was an illusion, or maybe it was real, but he felt that he had been struck by one of the black lightning. At this moment, he could even clearly see that there were terrifying electric currents running wildly throughout his body. His bodily functions were instantly destroyed, and all his senses were completely gone. Lin Yi's mind suddenly went blank. Other than his primordial spirit, his physical body was struck for no reason. Was he dead? Dead? What kind of death is this? The ghost's disdainful laughter suddenly sounded in his mind. If this is considered dead, I would have died 108,000 times. Ah! Lin Yi was shocked. He was completely immersed in the memory fragment and did not expect the ghost to join in the fun. He hurriedly asked, "Then what is this? Why do I feel that my whole body is not mine? I don't know where you got the luck to be favored by a super sea beast." "This is a great opportunity." The ghost's tone was filled with disbelief. "A great opportunity? What do you mean?" Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he had completely lost control of his body, which made him tremble with fear. He was struck by the black lightning for no reason. Where did this so-called opportunity come from? You still don't understand. It's just an inherited memory fragment in the sea of consciousness. Do you think that under normal circumstances, there would be lightning striking you? The ghost kept him in suspense and asked instead of answering. This shouldn't be normal. Lin Yi shook his head. This situation was somewhat similar to watching a 3D movie. Thinking about it carefully, it felt like something had popped out of the screen. That's why I said it's fate. I'm afraid it's the remnant will of the electric eel you encountered before, and it resonated with this one, causing the phenomenon to happen. The ghostly thing speculated thoughtfully. Then I'm just unlucky. Even if I didn't receive any actual damage, you call being scared a big deal? Lin Yi didn't know what to say. So it was because he had a lightning attracting formation on him. That was why he had materialized the scene in the other party's memory fragments and projected it over. What an undeserved calamity. Kid, you really don't know how lucky you are. Weren't you lamenting about not being able to truly obtain the electric eel's inheritance last time? Now that I've given you a chance, you're still not satisfied. The ghostly thing snorted. What? Senior, are you saying that I can obtain its inheritance just by being struck by it like this? Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised. The giant electric eel was no weaker than the 5-poison flood dragon. The scene just now, in particular, made him shudder from the depths of his soul. If he could obtain its inheritance this time, wouldn't he be able to master a heaven-defying killing move that was comparable to the 5 elements killing aura? I'm just saying that there's a possibility. The specifics will depend on your luck. I don't have to say any more nonsense. You'll know after checking the situation in your body, the ghostly thing said. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi hurriedly used his divine sense to open his internal vision. The current situation immediately made him speechless. He still couldn't feel anything in his body. From time to time, he could see dangerous electric arcs flashing across his body. Wherever these electric arcs passed, his flesh would be scorched black. Especially those fragile meridians, which would basically explode on the spot when the electric arcs passed by. There was no exception. Lin Yi's heart was pounding. If this continued, his body would be electrocuted into charcoal in minutes. Could it be that he would be like a ghostly thing from now on? Could he only rely on his primordial spirit to live? If ordinary people saw this scene, most of them would probably be scared to death. However, after a moment of shock, Lin Yi calmed down again and turned to re-examine the horrifying scene in his body. After careful observation, he finally found an exciting phenomenon. Although the parts damaged by the electric arcs were scorched black in a short period of time and seemed to be necrotic, after a moment, he found that these places were slowly exuding vitality, as if they were reborn after death. The originally scorched black places could break out of the cocoon and be reborn. Not only could it restore vitality, but it also gave Lin Yi a feeling that it was even stronger than before. Watching his body being destroyed by the electric arcs over and over again, but then spontaneously recovering again and again like a cockroach, Lin Yi was overjoyed. He couldn't help but think of the several times he had tempered his body in the stone door of the cave. Yes, these electric arcs were indeed extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, one would die. However, as long as one could survive, one would eventually be reborn and reborn. I don't know what to say about your talent, kid. You're obviously just a human, but your tenacious vitality is almost as strong as us spirit beasts. I'm afraid ordinary spirit beasts can't compare to you. Are you the illegitimate child of the spirit beast king? The ghostly thing sighed and laughed strangely. When Lin Yi heard this, his face immediately darkened. You're the illegitimate child of the spirit beast king. Your whole family is the illegitimate child of the spirit beast king. Since his physical body could withstand the lightning tempering, Lin Yi finally relaxed and returned his attention to the memory fragment. Naturally, his focus was still on the giant electric eel. Although the giant electric eel suffered a great loss when it was attacked by three beings of the same level as it, in the face of its super killer move that could destroy heaven and earth, whether it was the woman playing the zither, the hydra, or the unknown super sea beast, none of them had a good ending. Even if they weren't killed on the spot, they were all seriously injured and on the verge of collapsing. The giant electric eel's attack was successful. Lin Yi thought that it would definitely try to kill the three fellows who had joined forces to attack it. However, unexpectedly, its next move was to turn around and run. Watching the giant electric eel fly away, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Only then did he remember that this fellow was also seriously injured and was on the verge of dying. Although it looked like it still had the strength to kill them, this was not a one-on-one fight. There was no telling when a strong enemy would appear next to you and take your life at any time. At the beginning, the sneak attack was successful. Now that the situation was not good, it ran away without any hesitation. Lin Yi really didn't expect the giant electric eel to be so cunning. He thought it would use its strength to fight to the end. Chapter 4709. At this moment, he looked at the zither girl, the hydra, and the super sea beast. They could only watch helplessly as the giant electric eel escaped. Instead, they got themselves into big trouble. When it rains, it pours. They had actually been targeted by other terrifying existences. This chaotic battle lasted for an unknown period of time. No one knew who had the last laugh. In any case, Lin Yi could not possibly know the result. He also did not know what the fate of the giant electric eel was. This was because when he watched half of it, this huge memory fragment suddenly shattered. The obsession that had been calling him before also disappeared. The world instantly returned to peace. Phew. Lin Yi let out a long breath. He suddenly woke up from the memory. He looked around with a surprised expression. He was drenched in cold sweat. He felt like he had just had a nightmare. Fortunately, he had watched the memory fragment from the perspective of a bystander. Otherwise, if he had been there in person, he would not have needed to be attacked by those terrifying existences. Just the physical pressure alone would have crushed him into pieces. Subconsciously looking around, Lin Yi suddenly froze. He finally reacted. He did not know when his body had returned to normal. In fact, it should be said that he had been reborn and had become stronger. Lin Yi checked his body curiously, and realized that his body's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Even his meridians were much more resilient than before, and this wasn't the most shocking thing to him. His body was stronger than 10 years of training, but that wasn't what shocked him the most. What really shocked Lin Yi was the surging vital qi in his meridians. There was a faint trace of the power of thunder and lightning. Originally, you were a freak of the 5 elements and 7 attributes. Now, you have become a freak of the 5 elements and 8 attributes. If the attribute of your spiritual root is tested, the world will be in chaos. The ghostly thing sighed. Senior, are you saying that I have the thunder attribute? Lin Yi said with some disbelief. Although he felt that it was inconceivable, at this moment, he could clearly feel the power of thunder and lightning in his body. There was no doubt about this. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elemental spiritual roots were complete, and at the same time, it also possessed the 2 ethereal attributes of ice and mist. Now there was an extremely rare thunder property. Lin Yi suddenly felt that he had made a big profit in the trial of West Island this time. Even if he couldn't get the thunder Shenratan later, the extra thunder property alone would far surpass all the treasures of heaven and earth, which couldn't be obtained even if he begged for it. Not bad. It's all thanks to that electric shock just now. It seems like that big electric eel really wanted to pass on its inheritance to you. It even flattened such an obstacle for you. With your comprehension ability, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to cultivate its lightning techniques. The ghostly thing cackled. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had been longing for the giant electric eel's pitilessly powerful thunder and lightning killer move for a long time. How could he hold back after hearing this? He couldn't wait to try it out for the first time. Not to mention the earth-shattering heavenly punishment move, just the flash of the deep purple electric arc would give him another powerful trump card. Kai Kai. Although it was his first attempt, after a short while, the power of thunder and lightning swimming in his meridians had been successfully gathered by him. Electric arcs flashed on his fingertips, and they gathered more and more, gradually covering his whole palm. From a distance, it looked like he was wearing a thunderbolt glove, giving people an extremely unreal sci-fi feeling. Why is it blue? Lin Yi looked at the jumping electric arcs in his palm and frowned. The most common electric arcs of the giant electric eel were dark purple, and the killer move Heavenly Punishment was even black. Why was it an ordinary blue in his hand? The deterrent feeling suddenly weakened by 10 levels. Hee hee. The ghostly thing burst into laughter. If it had a physical body, it would have been rolling on the ground by now. It laughed so hard that it couldn't catch its breath. Boy, you really make me laugh to death. Thunder and lightning is the innate ability of the big electric eel, and its strength and realm are already above the sea-splitting stage. That's why it can emit dark purple and even black electric arcs. You're just a human in the nascent soul stage, and you want to be like it. Are you kidding me? Hearing the ghostly thing say that, Lin Yi couldn't help but blush. It seemed that he was indeed a bit whimsical. The giant electric eel could rely on dark purple electric arcs to sneak attack and kill sea-splitting stage experts. With his current strength, it was really too much to want to make such a killer move. For Lin Yi, who had just entered the sect, it was already quite good to be able to master the most basic blue electric arcs. As for turning the electric arcs into dark purple, it meant that the power would increase by at least 10,000 times. This was not something that a mere nascent soul stage could do. Not to mention humans, even spirit beasts with thunder and lightning talent couldn't do it. As for the black thunder and lightning that was like heavenly punishment, before reaching the sea-splitting stage, this kind of thing could only be thought of in the mind. It was too far away. He felt the power of the thunder and lightning in his hand. It was more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but it wasn't enough to deal with high-level cultivators. It was too far away from his expectation that it would be comparable to the 5 elements' murderous qi. Lin Yi sighed slightly. It seemed that he had to diligently cultivate in the future. Otherwise, this thunder and lightning killer move that he had high hopes for would only become a dispensable burden in the future. That would be too much of a waste. Putting away the electric arcs on his palm, Lin Yi finally had the time to look around. This heavenly Dao mountain, apart from being shrouded in a blood-red fog, actually didn't have any special place. There weren't any plants in sight, only a large area of potholes. It seemed that it was the traces left behind by the great battle in the ancient times. Apart from the potholes, what surprised Lin Yi was that there were many people sitting cross-legged in this place. It seemed that every one of them was in a state of enlightenment. Some were surprised, some were smiling, and some were frowning. Everyone's expression was different. The only thing they had in common was that they seemed to be immersed in some kind of illusion and couldn't extricate themselves. If there was no accident, they were most likely like Lin Yi, attracted by some kind of existence's soul obsession. There was a large crowd of people. Lin Yi thought that these were the participants who walked faster than him. However, after he roughly estimated the number of people, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The number of people sitting here far exceeded the number of people who participated in this trial. In other words, most of these people had been sitting here for several years, decades, or even hundreds of years. If it was just a simple inheritance of obsession, generally a few days would be enough. A year was the limit. However, these people had been sitting here for decades or even hundreds of years. Many of them had even become corpses. There was only one explanation: they were trapped here and couldn't extricate themselves. Chapter 47:10. No wonder this place was a place of death. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although this place had a kind of attraction to him because of the obsession of the giant eel, it couldn't really control his consciousness, let alone make him unable to extricate himself. However, the people here were different. They had already lost themselves. Lin Yi was a little emotional. He didn't intend to touch these people. Everyone had their own opportunities. Whether they obtained the inheritance or died, it had nothing to do with Lin Yi. However, there was one exception. No matter what, Lin Yi had to bring Hu Yudi out of this place. After all, this place was too confusing. Since Hu Yudi came in because of him, he naturally had the responsibility to bring her out. He couldn't let her die like the others. Lin Yi scanned the crowd and found Hu Yudi's figure at the edge. At this time, this girl was also frowning. Even when Lin Yi walked in front of her and called her, she didn't respond at all. Lin Yi suddenly hesitated. Hu Yudi's situation wasn't very good, but what if she was obtaining some ancient inheritance? If he interrupted her, wouldn't it ruin her good thing? Forget it. In a place like this, if you want to obtain the inheritance from the endless resentment and obsession, maintaining your self-awareness is the most basic condition. Otherwise, you can only sit here and wait for death. Do you think this chick can wake up on her own? The ghostly thing sneered at the right time. Lin Yi made up his mind. Without saying anything, he directly carried Hu Yudi and left. He didn't have the slightest reluctance to leave this place. Anyway, he had already obtained what he wanted. After a moment, Lin Yi carried Hu Yudi out of the range of Tiandao Mountain. As soon as they left the shroud of the blood-colored fog, Hu Yudi immediately woke up. She found that she was carried on Lin Yi's shoulder. Immediately, she let out a scream. Lin Yi was shocked by her high decibel. His hand trembled and he almost dropped her to the ground. With great difficulty, he stabilized his body. In the end, he found that the place his hand touched was a little soft. He was stunned on the spot. Big pervert. Put me down. Hu Yudi was so embarrassed that her cheeks were about to bleed. She struggled with all her might on Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi quickly put her down. Seeing that she was so angry that her face was red, he could only explain with embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. If you're not careful." "Forget it." Hu Yudi quickly interrupted him, afraid that he would say something embarrassing. She looked Lin Yi up and down and took the opportunity to change the topic. "Look at you, why aren't you affected at all?" "Oh, you knew you were being affected." Lin Yi looked at Hu Yudi strangely. He thought that she would be ignorant, but he didn't expect her to be conscious. "Of course I do. In fact, I have memories from the beginning to the end, but I don't know why, but I just can't extricate myself. It wasn't until you carried me out that I truly woke up." Hu Yudi said with a red face. "So that's how it is. I wasn't affected. Maybe it's because my willpower is stronger. Also, after I obtained some benefits, this place lost its attraction to me. Lin Yi gave a general explanation. He didn't go into detail about what he experienced. You still want to keep secrets from me? Petty. Hua Yudi snorted unhappily. Lin Yi immediately smiled bitterly. What do you mean keep secrets from you? After just a few days of interaction, this girl really didn't treat him as an outsider. They weren't familiar enough to share such secrets, right? Although he felt that it was a little ridiculous, seeing Hua Yudi's angry look, Lin Yi could only say, actually, it's not really a secret. I just obtained some enlightenment on this heavenly Dao mountain, but this kind of thing can't be said in a few words, let alone explained clearly. It was an excuse he had no other choice, and half of it was true. After all, Lin Yi couldn't possibly tell this girl everything he'd been through, could he? It'd be a huge problem if she were to spill the beans, and it'd be a good thing for both of them to just brush it off like this. Alright, at least you have some sense. Hua Yudi nodded her head in disappointment. Although there was still some curiosity in her eyes, at least she wouldn't get to the bottom of it in the short term. Looking back at the heavenly Dao mountain behind them, Lin Yi and Hua Yudi looked at each other and immediately continued on their way. The previous bath and the twists and turns in the heavenly Dao mountain added up to a lot of time, and they had to make up for it as soon as possible. Although the 10,000-year Great Canyon was much more dangerous than the outside world, for Lin Yi, these roadblocks were not much of a threat. Under his omnipresent divine sense, most of them could be avoided early on. Even if there were a few that couldn't be avoided, he could easily kill them in one move, so their journey was quite smooth. Other than the strange local specialties like the dummy vine, Lin Yi and Hua Yudi would occasionally see one or two other trial takers. These people obviously came from the side of the heavenly Dao mountain. Otherwise, Lin Yi believed that most of them would sit on the heavenly Dao mountain until they died, instead of walking in front of the two of them. After these people noticed Lin Yi and Hua Yudi, they all chose to stay far away from them. After all, the slap that sent Scarface flying was deeply engraved in their hearts. No one dared to provoke such a fierce guy. Even if they got a little closer, they would be afraid of dying a wrongful death. So, the farther they stayed, the better. Finally, after a long and arduous journey of 5 days, Lin Yi and Hua Yudi successfully crossed the 10,000-year Great Canyon and arrived at the end of the canyon, where there was a huge, lifeless stone array. As far as the eye could see, it gave Lin Yi the feeling that this should have been a rather grand and magnificent building complex. But for some reason, it was now in such a dilapidated state. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, or perhaps it was destroyed by the aftermath of the ancient battle. Regardless, there was no doubt that this was the end of the 10,000-year Great Canyon. As for what lay beyond, they could only find out after passing through this huge stone array. Chapter 47:11. That's right, it's here. Hua Yudi took out the map and looked at it carefully. She nodded at Lin Yi excitedly. Reaching this place meant that the Thunder Shen Vine wasn't far away. In her estimation, she thought it would take at least half a month to reach here. She didn't expect that they would arrive in 10 days. The journey could be said to be smooth sailing. This was all thanks to a strong teammate like Lin Yi. It seemed that she didn't find the wrong person. Lin Yi nodded and looked around for a while. He didn't find anyone here. This was within his expectations. After all, even if it was a master at the peak of the nascent soul stage, it wouldn't be easy to cross the 10,000-year Grand Canyon. Moreover, in just 5 days, this kind of thing was basically a fantasy. What's next? Do we just go through it? Lin Yi turned around and asked. Of course not. There is an array here. Let me take a look. It should be nearby, Hua Yudi said as she looked at the map and began to search back and forth. Array? Lin Yi heard this and frowned. He thought that this place was just a pile of broken walls. He didn't expect there to be an array. Could it be that these boulders in front of him were part of an array? In any case, since it was an array, it couldn't be touched. Lin Yi could only stand aside and watch Hua Yudi search back and forth. However, after half a day, Hua Yudi's whole body was a little listless, and she still didn't find anything. Lin Yi was speechless. That's right, Hua Yudi had been searching carefully. Every step she took seemed to be very careful. However, she had been going back and forth for so long. In fact, the route she took was basically the same. She walked back and forth in the same place. Even if she walked for 10,000 years, what could she do? What kind of hidden array could she find? Seeing that Yudi repeated the route 37 times and was about to start the journey 38 times while panting, Lin couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and stopped her. "Are you tired?" I'm not tired." Yudi panted heavily as she spoke. "You're not tired walking, but I'm tired just by looking at you." Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly. He immediately said, "Can't you show me the map? Why must you go around in circles by yourself? You and I are supposed to keep it a secret." No. Absolutely not." Yudi immediately blushed. In the beginning, she was indeed on guard against Lin Yi. That was human nature. However, since Lin Yi risked his life to cure her poison and saved her life, she had long forgotten about this precaution. She immediately said angrily, "I'm not keeping it a secret. You really can't walk around in this place." "Oh." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. "Didn't I tell you? There's an extremely profound formation here. If you walk around carelessly, even if it's just a single wrong step, it will trigger the heavenly lightning. That's very fatal." Yudi said with a solemn expression. "Heavenly lightning array? Could it be that some formation master specially set up a formation here?" Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned. "That's not it. It said that every place where the Thunder Shen vine grows will be protected by a naturally formed formation. If you want to pass through this heavenly lightning array, you absolutely can't force your way through. You must find the eye of the formation and attack the eye of the formation in a very special way to break the formation." Yudi finished explaining and added faintly, "So I'm doing this for your own good. Lest you get struck by the heavenly lightning. Alright, but even so, you don't have to go around the same place. When will you be able to do this?" Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. He paused and asked, "Since you've meticulously collected so much information, don't you know the way to pass through this heavenly lightning array? The formation is naturally formed. Due to the changes in the environment every once in a while, the entire formation will change accordingly. No one can organize a route map. Even if they can, they don't dare to follow it. Because it's very likely to be useless, so if you want to pass through this heavenly lightning array safely, you can only rely on yourself to explore it. Of course, you can only start from the edge," Yudi said helplessly. "I'm going to faint. How long are you going to explore for? Just give it to me." Lin Yi held his forehead. His time was very limited. If he wasted a few days on this kind of thing, he wouldn't know what to say. "Oh." Yudi responded weakly and immediately handed the map in her hand to Lin Yi. Although she didn't think that Lin Yi had any better ideas, she had probed for so long. She was really a little tired. Taking advantage of Lin Yi's shift to rest for a while wasn't a good idea. Lin Yi took the map from Yudi and looked at it attentively. Other than the fact that there wasn't a clear way to break through the formation, everything else was clearly marked out. After looking at it for a while, Lin Yi walked in without another word. Yudi was just about to sit down and rest. When she saw this scene, she immediately jumped up in shock and rushed over to grab Lin Yi's arm. She shouted, "Hey, do you want to die?" Because of her panic, Yudi almost hugged Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt that his entire arm was trapped in a certain gentle place. This kind of feeling was enough to intoxicate any man. Although Lin Yi wasn't such a pervert, he still subconsciously tightened his muscles. Looking at Lin Yi's strange gaze, Yudi realized that the current position was too ambiguous. She screamed and quickly took a few steps back. Her cheeks instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. She didn't dare to look at Lin Yi anymore. Lin Yi smiled silently and immediately continued his previous pace. He just walked toward the Stonehenge, turning left and right from time to time. There was no specific pattern. It gave people the feeling that he was walking around as he pleased. However, the result was that he didn't trigger the Sky Thunder array from beginning to end. After Yudi recovered from her shyness, she stared at the scene in front of her with her eyes wide open. Her face was full of disbelief. Could it be that she had guessed wrong? This place was not where the Thunder Shen Vine was, and there was no so-called Sky Thunder Array at all. It was unlikely, right? This was the information that Master personally got from the West Island's Island Master, Ning Shangaling. With their deep friendship, they shouldn't fake this kind of thing. Or was there an error in this map? Hu Yudi didn't believe it. She immediately wanted to learn from Lin Yi and walk around. As a result, as soon as she took a step, before her feet completely landed, she heard a deafening crack in the air. A sharp dark blue lightning then struck down. Chapter 47:12. Fortunately, she hadn't completely landed on the ground yet. This bolt of lightning almost brushed past her calf and cut a long and narrow hole in her jeans. Fortunately, Hu Yudi herself wasn't grazed, which was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, with the power displayed by this lightning, even if she did not die, she would be seriously injured. At worst, she would be knocked unconscious. Heavenly lightning was not a joke. This sudden movement not only shocked Hu Yudi, but also Lin Yi, who was walking in front of her. He quickly turned around and checked for her. Seeing that she was fine, he was relieved. He looked at her helplessly and said, "Don't you know that there is heavenly lightning here? Why are you walking around?" I just want to try." Hu Yudi replied weakly with a red face. Then, she looked down at her pants that had been split open. Her face was filled with an indescribable heartache. These were clothes from the secular world. Perhaps this was the only set she would have in this lifetime. Looking at Hu Yudi's expression, Lin Yi was speechless. He seriously wondered if this girl had a screw loose in her brain. Her first reaction to something like this wasn't to be worried, but to be worried about her pants. Seeing Lin Yi speechlessly turn around and leave, Hu Yudi hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait for me." She was almost struck by lightning just now. It would be a lie to say that she was not scared at all. Although it was very unbelievable, Hu Yudi now believed that Lin Yi was not walking around randomly. He really had a way to avoid the hidden heavenly lightning array. Anyway, Lin Yi had given her all kinds of surprises in the past few days. She was already a little used to it. "Stay behind me, just don't wander around." Lin Yi turned back to look at her. But, Hu Yudi stammered, wanting to say something but hesitating. "But what? Is there other danger here?" Lin Yi was stunned. "Danger? No, I'm talking about my pants." Hu Yudi's face was red as she pointed at the hole in her pants. A small portion of her smooth and white calf was vaguely exposed, although not much was exposed. She had always been wearing clothes. This feeling was a little strange. "Oh, it's okay. This kind of beggar's pants are the most popular in the secular world. Many people buy jeans and deliberately tear them. People don't even want to look at your small size. At least a dozen of them." Lin Yi smiled. "Really?" Hu Yudi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did he have to wear such tattered pants? How could there be such a person in this world? The secular world was really amazing. "Really? You can ask Han Jingjing yourself if you don't believe me. You should know that she came from the common world just like me, right?" Lin Yi asked. "Oh, okay then." Hu Yudi nodded her head doubtfully. She knew about Han Jingjing. She wanted to get to know Han Jingjing well when she came to West Island this time. Unfortunately, Han Jingjing was either with Lin Yi or in the lab. She had no chance to see her at all, let alone talk to her. Seeing that Lin Yi was walking around in front of her, and it was as smooth as before, Hu Yudi quickly followed him. She was curious to see what was going on. However, she blindly followed him for a long time, but she couldn't find anything. Every turn was inexplicable. There was no pattern. "Hey, why do you walk this way?" Hu Yudi felt like a cat was scratching her heart. She couldn't help but ask. If it weren't for the lesson just now, she couldn't help but want to try it again. Intuition. Lin Yi's answer was concise and to the point. He really couldn't answer her question. Of course, he didn't know whether there was danger ahead, but he had the jade pendant. As long as there was danger ahead, there would be an early warning. When he found the direction where the warning completely disappeared, he would be foolproof. "Humph, stingy," Hu Yudi muttered. She still had a doubtful expression on her face. Of course, She didn't believe that all this was purely based on intuition. But in her knowledge, it seemed that only intuition could explain it. It could only be said that Lin Yi couldn't be treated with common sense. Following behind him was definitely the right choice. The two of them walked back and forth in the Stonehenge for a long time. Several times, they broke into places where there were mines on 3 sides. Even Lin Yi, who had the jade pendant to warn him, couldn't do anything. He could only go back and explore bit by bit. Finally, he succeeded in bypassing them. According to the mark on the map, the Thunder Shen vine was behind the Stonehenge. Lin Yi looked around. In front of him was a medium-sized open space. There were no boulders blocking the way, and it suddenly became clear. He took out the map and compared it with the map. He nodded and said, "It should be here." Hu Yudi didn't say anything. She stared straight at the thing that looked like a memorial in the middle of the open space. She was a little lost in thought. To be honest, she was really a little absent-minded at this time. If it weren't for Lin Yi, a strong teammate, she wouldn't have been able to reach here with her own ability. At least, it wouldn't have been so fast and easy. What's wrong? Lin Yi looked at her strangely and urged, "Hurry up and tell us what we should do next. Time is limited. Don't delay anymore." Although Hu Yudi hadn't said how to find the Thunder Shen vine, Lin Yi could guess that it wasn't so easy to find something like the Thunder Shen vine. Even if they reached the destination, they probably had to meet some extremely harsh and special conditions. Otherwise, it would be a little too easy to just have the Sky Thunder Matrix as an obstacle. The difficulty obviously didn't match the level of the Thunder Shen vine. Hu Yudi was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She pointed to the memorial in front of her and said, "This is the 5 Thunder Retribution Memorial. It is the core of the entire Sky Thunder Matrix. Only by attacking the core can we temporarily break the Sky Thunder Matrix and have a chance to find the Thunder Shen vine. After breaking the Matrix, it will be open for 5 days. After 5 days, the Sky Thunder Matrix will automatically reset, so we have to retreat before that." So simple. When Lin Yi heard this, he immediately mobilized his true chi to launch an attack. He was in a hurry now. He wouldn't hesitate for this kind of thing. In fact, hesitating was useless. Whether he could succeed or not, he would only know after trying. "Hey, wait." Hu Yudi was shocked. She quickly pulled him back and said, "I haven't finished speaking. Don't rush." "What else?" Lin Yi frowned. Chapter 47:13. Normal attacks won't work. "Then what do we do?" Lin Yi asked curiously, but when he said this, he had a faint guess. Could it be that this was the reason why Hu Yudi specifically asked him, a person with all 5 elements, to be a teammate? If you want to break the Sky Lightning Array, you have to use a very special method to attack the 5 Lightning Tribulation Archway. That is, you have to use martial skills of the 5 basic attributes at the same time. Furthermore, you have to make sure that the power of the 5 attribute martial skills is above the nascent soul stage. At Little At, Hu Yudi explained. "So it is like this. I was wondering why you had to find a stranger to be a teammate. So it was for this step." Lin Yi nodded, but then he said, "Then why didn't you find 5 people? It shouldn't be difficult to find nascent soul stage experts with 5 basic attributes in your school. Why do you have to find me? Are you stupid? 5 people have to be divided into 5 parts. How much do I have left?" Hu Yudi rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at her strangely and said, "Even if 5 people divide it equally, you can still get 20%. You and I can only get 20% now. What's the difference? Don't tell me you forgot that we agreed on 20% to 80%. "Ah." Hu Yudi choked and said angrily after a while, "Who knew you were so greedy? Also, my master specifically told me that the search for the Thunder Shen vine must be kept secret. The fewer people, the better. Otherwise, the more people there are, the better. Otherwise, the more people there are, the more the news will be leaked. What's more troublesome is that if someone has ulterior motives during the process, it will be troublesome. Maybe they will turn against each other and kill each other. I don't want to end up in a tragedy. Even if I only get 20%, 2 people is better than 5. Hehe, but now it's only the 2 of us. Aren't you afraid that I won't even give you the 20%? Lin Yi smiled mischievously. Hua Yudi wasn't afraid of him at all. She looked at him provocatively and said, "Whatever. Come on, isn't it just jamming before killing?" Lin Yi looked up at the sky, speechless. This girl wasn't this open at first, but after spending 10 days with her, Now, she was not afraid of him at all. Look at her proud expression when she said this, especially when she was wearing a denim sportswear with holes in it. She was like a delinquent girl in the secular world. A classical beauty had become like this. Wasn't the gap too big? At this moment, Lin Yi felt a sense of guilt. He felt that he was the main culprit. If she hadn't been following him these past few days, Hua Yudi would still be that ice mountain snow lotus classical beauty. At the very least, she definitely wouldn't be a delinquent in the secular world. Forget it. Let's get back to business. Let's hurry up and break the array. Lin Yi had no choice but to change the topic. He cast his gaze at the Five Thunders Memorial Arch. However, this matter is actually a little difficult. Although you have all 5 elements, if you want to break the formation, you need to simultaneously execute all 5 elemental martial techniques in one breath. It's very difficult for ordinary people to do this, but I believe in you. Hua Yudi reminded him. If she hadn't seen Lin Yi's shocking strength before, she wouldn't have so much confidence in Lin Yi. After all, executing 5 elemental martial techniques at the same time was definitely not as easy as it sounded. Even if it wasn't at full strength, as long as it was at the nascent soul stage, it would be enough. However, all the actions had to be completed within one breath. This was basically equivalent to doing 5 things at once. For ordinary people, doing 2 things at once was not easy. Moreover, doing 5 things at once. When Lin Yi heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it wasn't for the miraculous encounter when he came out of the 5-poison swamp, he really didn't know what to do after hearing Hua Yudi's word. Although he had learned the 5 elements 8 trigrams palm before, it also possessed the 5 elements at the same time. However, after this martial technique was upgraded to the full Circle of Heaven stage, it was capped. After that, there was no further advancement. It was still worlds apart from the nascent soul stage. As for the other martial techniques, no matter how skilled Lin Yi was in executing them, it was very difficult to execute them all in one breath. This girl didn't think clearly before looking for him. Was this something that an ordinary person could do? It was already not bad for an ordinary person to execute one martial technique in one breath. It was impossible for him to execute 2. However, it was also fortunate that Hua Yudi didn't think too much about this. Otherwise, the Thunder Shen Vine would probably have nothing to do with Lin Yi. Looking at Lin Yi's strange expression, Hua Yudi finally reacted. She knew that she had taken it for granted and could only think of a way to remedy the situation. She said, I also know that it's not very realistic to execute 5 martial techniques at once. However, with your strength, you should be able to execute 4 martial techniques, right? I have metal-type spiritual roots, so I can coordinate with you to execute metal-type martial techniques. As for the other 4, I can only rely on you. Why don't we try it out first? If it's not possible, I have a wood-type spiritual root in my body. I should be able to practice it a little. Forget it, it's not necessary. Lin Yi shook his head and directly blasted a 5 elements murderous chi at the 5 thunder tribulation archway in front of him. Hua Yudi was shocked when she saw this. It was too late to stop him. The 5 thunder tribulation archway was the core of the array. It didn't care whether you had practiced it before or not. There were only 2 results when attacking it. One was to successfully break the array, and the other was to attract crazy heavenly thunder. There was no third possibility. Hua Yudi was still thinking that this was a difficult task, but with Lin Yi's ability and her cooperation, they'd be able to form a tacit understanding after practicing a few dozen times. Only then would she give it a try. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would hit it so casually? Rumble. After the 5 elements murderous chi entered the 5 thunder tribulation archway, there was a sudden shaking of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the sky above was covered with dark clouds. Countless thunder and lightning were hidden in the clouds. It was a terrible scene of the end of the world. Run. Hua Yudi was scared out of her wits. She quickly grabbed Lin Yi's hand and tried to run away. After all, the situation didn't look good. It was obvious that sky lightning was brewing, and it was probably the strongest sky lightning. Lin Yi's feet did not move, but looking at the terrible scene above his head, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Could it be that the 5 elements murderous qi couldn't be used to break the array? Previously, when he heard Hua Yudi's words, he thought that as long as the attack had the attributes of the 5 elements at the same time, it would be fine.